Hello and welcome in Italy, Sardinia. It's FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we are just about to get into the game before the last round. So very important 10th round.
Yeah, so with only 2 rounds to go, obviously those are the crucial games. Today and tomorrow, everything will be decided. Well, for the girls section, it's a little bit a little bit more clear and therefore a little bit less stress perhaps. For us, for the open section, everything open in the open section, yeah, which sounds logical. Yeah, so let's quickly update ourselves and the viewers on how the current standing looks like. So I believe we can start with the girls section where we have a clear leader by a decent margin of 1 point. Beydulayeva from Azerbaijan. Right, her closest rival, the top seed, Nargil Salimova. And they've already played each other, which is interesting. So it will be basically Beydulayeva trying to finish solid and Salimova looking for, I mean, first of all, winning her own games if this goes according to plan, and also waiting for Beydulayeva to kind of make mistake, drop a point, and so on.
Yep, and we do have also 4 other participants who are fighting to get top 3 places, because here to be top junior, get the bronze medal or get the silver medal really is a big thing. So those 4 players are now facing the leaders, while in the boys section we do have here a sole leader, Kozak Adam. He is just a half point ahead of Abdullah Gadimbaili, and then we have 5 participants with 6.5 who are we're gonna try to catch up the 2 leaders in the open section.
Yeah, so it's interesting for Kozak today. He has the white pieces against Gadimbaili, and I guess his policy should be like not to lose at any cost, because I mean, somehow losing means, yeah, like everything's upside down. Making a draw is kind of fine, because he also has played with quite a few players from kind of lower points groups, might get an easy pairing in the very last round. So we'll see how it goes, but yeah, so he will try to be solid. Unlike, I believe, everybody else on boards 2, 3, and 4, because for these guys, being 1 full point behind the leaders, you really need to win. Forget about being solid, it's only 2 rounds left, so you need to win. So this applies for Andrei Yesipenko as well as his opponent, I believe. It applies for Kacharava, Mendonca, and all those guys, yeah? Okay, so that's the standings. Beydulayeva on 8 out of 9, very impressive. Salimova on 7, and then 4 plays on 6.5. For the open section, yeah, the leader has less points. Second place, 7 points, exactly as in the girls' tournament, and then 1 more player on 6.5. But that's about it, the entire difference. By the way, pay attention. Position number 6 in the open section, Zhu Jingye from China, woman grandmaster. So it's not, you know, very often when the tournament's called open, it's just a formality, right? So to highlight that, yes, girls allowed to play or women allowed to play among men. But yeah, but in this specific case, well, it's a perfect indication. So she chose to play in the open section, and she is doing exceptionally well.
She's doing amazing. Later on, we're gonna know more about herself. We have some of the details about her. But before we go there, let's now take a look 1 by 1 what is going on the Leadersburg. And also, Miro, besides the medals and the titles, this is a good occasion to get the norm. And here on the screen we see Abdullah Gadimbaili, international master, and Nicolosi Kacharava, both of them are international master. I know for sure that Nicolosi got his grandmaster title, even though he lost the game yesterday, he still got because of his great performance. And I cannot guarantee that Abdullah Gadimbaili got also the title. We're gonna know all these details after the last round for sure, but very likely with this performance, he is also the one who probably got the title, the norm.
Yeah, Grandmaster norm, big thing indeed. Well, specifically to overcome this, you know, this barrier if you were struggling, yeah, because I remember, I mean, some people, let's face it, some people just easily score Grandmaster norm and think about it, but for the others, it sort of acts as sort of a barrier, because I remember myself, for instance, and I would always have, not always, but for years, I would have the rating requirements, the rating over 2500, and I would play like various tournaments with Grandmaster norms. Open when you score Grandmaster, possibility to score Grandmaster. And I always would miss something, like half a point, or in the open, you know, not enough countries among my opponents, right? And this and that. And when you finally make a norm, all of a sudden you make norm in like 5 consecutive tournaments. So that's sort of a psychological barrier. It's very important. The younger you are making the Grandmaster norm, the better for your chess career.
Agree. Let's now bring up the chess board, the digital board, on the screen, and take a look what is happening in the game of Adam Kozak and Abdullah Gadimbaili.
Oh yeah, it's only 4 moves played, and already, I must say, quite a surprise. So what Kozak done is, yeah, I mean, so pretty normal. C4, D takes C4. What's it called? Queen's Gambit accepted. That's no, wait a second. So that was the line that Gadimbaili played yesterday, right, against Batsuran. E4, B5, this super sharp line, right? A4, C6, and we were talking about how this was played on a very high level and so on. Right, so today, with inclusion knight f3, knight f6, c4, dc4, white cannot go for this sharp line, but there is a ton of, you know, solid moves. I mean, first of all, e3, of course, is the move. Knight c3, I'm guessing, is a possible move as well. Queen a4, by far the most popular. Black, actually, I'm not sure what black is supposed to do. Yeah, perhaps that's what I thought. Like, the most natural looks c6, but then after queen c4, you are in the Slav defense, right? Slav defense with queen c2, dc4, queen takes c4. So if you want the game to look kind of independent, more like, you know, queen's gambit or something, you have to play for a different move, so not c6. And if it's not c6, what else? Knight d7 makes less so bishop. Bishop perhaps is misplaced. But yeah. And also there is knight c6. And the real question would be, can you take on c4 immediately, or black gets some c5 then? You know, 5, pawn takes, bishop e6, a lot of moves with tempi, who knows? Well, white ends up playing e2, e3. Quite interesting. So basically, e3 was good on the previous. White gave a check, black played e6. So white is like, my queen on a4 maybe is not ideal. Knight on c6 is just terrible, right? Stands in front of the c pawn, which you would usually move.
That's actually one of the things when you play e3 right away. Black very often strikes back in the center with c5.
Yeah.
So queen a4 can be the idea to force black to somehow make decision to block the c pawn or do something else. So e3 has been played now, and black is taking his time.
Like a thinking, I suggest we leave it for. Yeah, it's an original opening, but right, both players seem to be thinking at the very early stage. So I believe if we come back after 5 more moves, 10 more moves, that might be very, very exciting.
Right, on the second board, it is interesting because we have here again d takes c4, this gambit accepted.
Yeah, okay, it's a little bit different, I guess, but yeah, but kind of a similar spirit, right? So Yusupenko with white against Francesco Sonis, that's what we have on the second board. Started with c4, e6, 3d5. d4, c7, c6, knight f3. So interestingly, Yusupenko was ready to battle it out in the not a bomb variation, which is d takes c4. It just some people prefer not to. quite often, right? So white, if it gets this position, very often white does something else, like e3 or stuff like that. Yeah, so knight f3, oops, sorry, knight f3 allows black to take, but black decided not to. So knight f6. Here you have, by far, I believe, the most challenging move is bishop g5. You have g3, you have e3, perhaps e3 over g3. So bishop g5 is the main line. e3, transposition to Meran, once again, there's nothing wrong with it. You can play g3. And queen d3 is considered to be slightly, you know, slightly kind of a sideline, right? So not the most popular, but of course is very, very playable. By the way, dc4 is not the only move, but you can do this, yes. Queen takes b7, b5, and here both queen b3 and queen d3 were played. Yusupenko went for queen d3. So basically, one almost makes sure that he will be able to build the center, so e4 happens. For black, I'm actually not sure what's considered to be the most precise way of facing white building a center, because you can for b5, b4. I'm not sure if immediately, let's say you do something, knight d7, once again, I mean, never mind, I mean, just a move, right? And if white goes e4, I guess something like that is possible. Or knight goes, some queen a5, b3, and then, actually not sure, e5 doesn't seem to be like a move, right? After b3, e5, it looks strange. Knight b6, so yeah. So that's one thing. The other, you know, play more of a traditional Meran type of position.
Like
so a6 and
bishop
c5,
b7,
yeah. Bishop b7, a6, and the opportunity to play c5. So still, it has to be known to both. It's not a new position that's well known, but yeah.
Now it's time for black to make decision which plan to choose here.
Yeah, and also I believe Yusupenko is one of those guys who plays both e4 and d4, so already move one might be a bit of a surprise, right? Or rather, c4, it's originally, it's not even e4, d4, but I mean, it plays both e4 and closed openings, because nowadays you probably should not make a difference between d4 player and a player who starts with knight f3 or c4 with intention to transpose to something similar.
Yeah, when he was here in the studio and gave us the interview, there was some opening sequence when the things were transposing to the main line, but he went to the sideline to let his opponent to think and spend some time on the clock, which is very nice strategy, of course. And I asked him how much time your opponent spent for that, and he just said like not even 1 minute. So
yeah,
it was not work that time, but usually it's a very nice strategy, right? Do little tricks to get some time.
Okay, so Kacharava against Mendonca on board 3. Seen knight of variation of the Sicilian, and a very, very funny move.
Rook g1.
Rook g1, right? If you're not familiar with this line, you might think, you know, some misclick happened if it's an line game, or white accidentally touched the rook one, and that's the only legal move to play. In fact, it is a well-known line, and I can tell you more than that. I think it goes like 20 years ago, maybe even more, when it first became popular. I think was played it against Kasparov. Even back then, it was known to be like one of the original moves. Obviously, Rook g1 kind of telegraphs that white wants to play g4. So among other options, like okay, you play g4. I don't care, you always just go e6, right? You can play e5, once again, very much in spirit of the knight of, or in the game, to play h5. So this stops g4 for good. But then white will try to make use of an early h5 move.
Yeah, according to the See that Kacharava with white pieces have spent more time than Mendonca here. I think Rook G1 is more surprising move, but seems like white is surprised with H5 response.
Yeah, well, interestingly, if it would be a couple of years ago, I would agree that, yeah, nobody expects Rook G1. But then, recently, there have been quite a few games. If you check a database at some point, yeah, you'll find quite a few games with Rook G1 played on a top level. I don't think H5 is the popular response, though. That might be why Kacharava himself spent more time, right? H5, bishop e3, 6. I'm actually not sure how exactly you are planning to, to exploit the fact that I played H5. So you probably go for long castle anyway, right? So you'll probably play some f3, queen d2,
Queen
and
d2
so on. But
castles.
then it seems that you've just played Rook G1 for whatever reason, right? Black from time to time does play H5 anyway after E. So we'll see. We'll see how. Yeah, because let's say, what was the move that Black can play H5 against? I'm trying to recall. Sometimes, like if you play H5 with Black too early, White can change his mind and go for short castle. I mean, that's my point. So let's say, I don't know, White.
It's impossible. You
Knight
have to go
b3,
castle.
right? No, I just want to highlight that H5 is not always a good idea because let's say here you play H5, it would probably just a silly move, but just to highlight. So White will not get a chance to play G4. He says, oh, okay, I'll play Bishop E2, play normal short castle system against the knight of, and then you play H5 for whatever reason. Right. Here with Rook on G1, obviously this option is gone. So Black is limited to castling long. And I'm just arguing, I mean, how on earth do you make H5 look like a bad move? Probably there is no such way. Probably there is no such way. So Rook G1, H5 inclusion, and then you have to look for all the other lines of the knight of, and you should try to find the one where Rook G1 is more useful than H5.
Yeah.
Yes, probably the logic is like this.
Probably that's why the time was spent here.
Yeah,
from
Kacharava was thinking after Bishop E3, 6. Let's check board 4.
Let's check it, yes.
Zhu, what she's doing, and who's the first time, I believe, we have, since round, we have the appearance of Grandmaster Nesterov on one of the top boards.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
Just imagine how tough it was for him. So he is second rated player.
Yeah, but he started with a draw and like he made quite a few unnecessary draws, let's call it such. I don't think he lost a single game, but he had difficulties winning, and therefore it's only now when he's climbing like to the very top, so playing on board 4. So here we have the real Lopez with early b4, bishop b7. So this one is called Neo-Arkhangelsk, whatever. And yeah, this is against this is to play d3, and discussed yesterday. Yeah, so that's very often then when Black is too far with putting the bishop on b7. For White, it makes a lot of sense to just play d2, d3. d3, bishop to c5, and early a4. Okay. So the question is, does Black castle that early, or he's waiting for White to commit, kind of to clarify where the pieces go? I don't think you play b4 in this particular case, because a5 and then, yeah, then this knight will get to c4.
This reminds me of the game of yesterday's when we had this bishop e3, bishop e3, f takes c3.
Yeah, from the Go section, yeah.
Fourth board, I guess, and then White ended up in a beautiful checkmate and checkmated Black's king.
Yeah. So a4. Both started to spend time, so it's not like some deep preparation. It's rather just, let's get this position played over the board. All right, I think this will be it for the open section for now, right? And let's move to the KO section.
Let's do that.
So board one, Beitulaiva, the leader with 1 full point lead. Zala or with white pieces. That's very good situation for Beitulaiva. Once again, like draw is fine and win most means winning the tournament.
Oh yes, but if Beitulaiva wins this game,
that's what I'm saying. Beitulaiva wins. She's practically, I mean, she's not guaranteed yet.
But
she's not guaranteed yet, but that's a huge step. Yes, if she wins. So Ragozin defense with bishop g5, knight d7. Sala played it yesterday. Played the same line with white against Salimova, right? When we had castle, e3, c5, and so on. Right. So today she finds herself on the black side of this same e3, h6. Somewhat. Yeah, bishop takes f6. You have to be careful not to recapture with the knight, which is the most natural because of this stupid check on a4.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, black. I mean, you can play with the queen, there is nothing wrong with it. But usually black, yeah, that moment is where black captures on c3, captures on f6, bishop d3, and here we have it. So white has double pawns, but it's not that important because it's very hard to surround those pawns, right? I mean, white can trade any time. Usually it'd be like a very tough, very tough task for white to get any sort of meaningful advantage because black will play c5 very often, right? I mean, bishop d3, I mean, you probably can do c5 right now. You can castle, I think there's nothing wrong with castle. If white castles, perhaps she doesn't have anything better to do. You can actually think of taking and playing c5, right? So it'd be...
It's also a possibility.
It'd be looking like, what's it called? Tell me, I'll tell you. Semi-Tarrasch defense. We can make it look like a semi-Tarrasch defense. Do, let's say, b6, e4, takes. I understand it's not the only option, but yeah, no, this will be semi-Tarrasch. This will also be like very good for black version of semi-Tarrasch because black usually is not getting such a comfortable setup.
Yeah, black is on time to develop
Yeah.
everything.
By the way, Zala captured on c4 even before castling. Takes, and then she castles, and then she's prepared for c5. Here, though, since you've captured one move earlier, I wonder how crazy would be to play something like g4.
Yeah, actually, I was also thinking of when I said I've never seen something like this here.
We are taught by the best of us, like Mamedyarov and these kind of guys, that, yeah, Queen's Gambit, okay, still g4 is a viable option, right? And interestingly, I believe that if black captures on g4, white kind of always has some unpleasant initiative. Rook to g1, and then imagine, like, f5 is not the move. If you go back to f6, then white jumps to e5 with the knight. Queen's coming. I'm not saying that white's successful and he checkmates black and so on, but I believe white has enough compensation, let's put it this way. And white will not even castle long, but might keep the king on f1 if needed. The other rook will come to the center, yeah, queen f3. So perhaps more problematic would be to prove that it's worth a move if black plays something along the lines of c5 and still tries to open the center and is not yet getting anywhere with his attack. g5 is perhaps too early. Reason being that you cannot recapture normally because of this check. Once again, this reoccurring theme of like black winning, or I mean one side winning a piece with the double attack. Then if you take with e-pawn, once again, queen a5, annoying. You might take with the queen, like planning to bring it to h4, but once again, quite a rugged structure, right? So
It is, and I kind of have a feeling when I think of g4 move that if white has another piece like dark square bishop or another knight, that's a different story. It might work in that way better.
Maybe. It's just that I'm not insisting on g4 being a good move. My point was that if you try to play normally, that's what white ended up doing, castling, whatsoever. It's really hard to get anything meaningful with white. And you can probably still try to press a little with sub knight e5, maybe play f4, but it's not that many pieces left. Black should be able to complete the development and equalize the game.
Well, after b6 here, can white play knight f3? Sorry, queen f3? Knight e5, c5, knight e5, b6.
I should probably not play b6 because then, then after queen f3,
yeah?
I do have some problems because of, like rook's hanging, rook b8 runs into knight c6. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't be scared. Knight c6, there is bishop b7. Ah, no, you take, black takes, and then white takes on e6. And probably is better. Yeah, so that's to avoid. No, I guess after knight e5 you can play queen c7. You could probably start this immediately, kind of trying to trade the knight. Yeah, I agree. White does seem to be better here anyway.
All right, let's now move to the second board where we do have here the Catalan. Oh, no, it's not Catalan. It looks like Catalan, but in fact, bishop is on e2. That was so tricky.
e3, bishop e7, queen c2, castles, b3. So anti-Meran. Not even a Meran. e3, and black did not play knight d7. So went for bishop e7 instead. That's confusing. Queen c2, b3. It's like, I think bishop e7 is not considered to be that clever because you can actually play b3 immediately. You can play b3 immediately because look, there is this line, if black goes knight d7 and white still can play b3, but then after bishop b4, white has to play bishop d2. So it cannot really fianchetto the bishop because of knight e4 and like a lot of pieces getting swapped. Good for black, right? So white plays bishop d2 and black quite often returns back to e7. I mean, you can play queen e7 and so on, but you can also just return to e7. So now if we compare, black went bishop e7, so you can play b3, bishop b4 with the loss of a tempo is apparently not very good. And if black you go bishop b2, so you have your perfect setup. And the point is that you'll play bishop d3 and put the queen on e2, not on c2. So that seems like an improved version compared to what we have in the game. Anyway, queen to c2, castles, b3, so probably just a transposition. Bishop e2 over bishop d3. Okay, castles, bishop b7, rook to d1, rook c8, and eventually white goes e4. Pawn takes. By the way, advice from the commentators. In such cases, what do you do? Take with the knight. If your plan is to trade on e4, you take with the knight. Reason for that being that after pawn takes, in our game, white did take on e4, but white has usually a couple of other options, which is knight g5, and then to take on e4 twice with the knight. So this is what you are avoiding when you take with the knight first. Or sometimes knight e5 is also very annoying. It's like, probably not here, but even here, like it is a possible move. So that's what I'm saying. Anyway, knight takes e4 is fine. Now if black captures back, there is no c5 yet. It's very easy to get in an inferior position with black. Look, knight f6. I mean, first of all, you have to account for these moves. But even if white goes back to c2, you still cannot play c5 because of capture, I believe, right?
Yeah, and then
And if
how
some,
black is going to get this pawn back.
yeah, and then if queen c7, then c5 is strong. You create yourself a hole on d5, but this bishop on c8 is very passive, and I had this similar, not exactly this setup, but very similar ones from the Catalan. So the bishop would be on g2, which is probably better for white compared to the position we have. But anyway, like c5 works, it's usually very strong, so black should really watch out for this. So the question becomes, can black play c5 immediately then? So the knight's hanging, knight takes f6, black can't take with the knight but can take with the bishop. And perhaps black is doing fine, right? Bishop
You know what
b2.
I'm thinking?
Yeah, tell me.
Instead of taking on f6, maybe bishop d3 to
Bishop
include the bishop also
d3,
trade.
yeah, but then black is fine trading, I'm guessing. Like trade everything, go 6.
Yes, and now
e2.
and in these
Take over there,
positions,
knight takes,
sometimes
queen
there is the
c7.
problem of this light squares in the end game. Like c6 square is quite exposed. So it's like slightly pleasant position for white.
But once again, nothing to be scared of. I believe, like if you don't have, yeah, well, the c6 for getting control over c6, this sometimes happens. And c4 is a backward pawn, but you put the knight on c6, and then it restricts black's position a great deal. But now I'm not sure if white will be on time, because black also has like a very healthy setup with a6, queen to b7, rook d8, right? And looking for a way to push b6. So usually those are like defendable, let's call it this way. So probably white is marginally better, but
oh, the first game that we have already finished is an open section. We have Seo Jong-min against Svane Frederick. They ended game on the 5th board with a draw.
So board 5 in the open section is already a draw in a very, very, unconventional way. Bishop e3, knight g4, bishop c1, knight back to f6. So Frederick lost the game yesterday, so that's
yeah, that's
understandable.
Actually, unfortunate for me to see this draw. It's kind of like says that he gave up because he had amazing tournament. We saw him leader of the event for many days and many rounds, and yesterday he had terrible loss, and today we that he's not.
Yeah, but he was playing black, right? It's once again, it's who chose to repeat, and Frederick simply couldn't find. No, I mean that's the problem, in fact, because if, let's say, your repertoire line against bishop e3 is to play knight g4, then it's a little you can do after bishop c1, strangely. No,
it's very not be the repertoire to have only knight g4.
But wait, like, are you really kind of avoiding a draw with black starting from move 6? No, I don't think so.
To be honest, I have played such a move, knight g4, and none of the games white has never
played
repeated.
bishop c1.
Never. Always tries to
so
continue to play.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So anyway, I believe by that point, for Frederick, like winning a title would seem mission impossible. He was 1.5 point behind, right? He was 1.5 point behind Adam Kozak. So
yeah, in fact, he still have many more years before he crosses this junior champion career, because he's 17 for now, and we have players here like Andrei Sipenko, who is having last chance this year.
Anyway, so first draw on board 5. And yeah, let's continue with girls' tournaments. So board 2, that's, yeah, we pretty much discussed. Yeah, looks like black should be looking for the way to play c5 at least. Like that's what it would say. c5, I guess the topical move would be d5. Once again, There is no guarantee it's going to work. It's a pawn sacrifice after all, right? But at least this kind of creates the conflict on the board. So d5, and then if black takes, white takes back. And perhaps doesn't matter what you take with. Like if bishop takes, I don't know, knight g5, how's that? Or knight g3, and then you head towards f5. You probably don't want to trade. If black takes with the knight, then very likely you just play bishop b2 and bishop c4 if needed. Yeah, so I can see white having some unpleasant compensation. So maybe, yeah, c5 was just played, and d5 at least is an idea to consider. It's a very typical move here to go d5. All right, so there is that. Then both we have Livia Yarotska, who has won a very good game yesterday against Hajieva, right?
They are playing today?
Yes, Hajieva Yarotska. Yes. Why wouldn't they play?
I thought she won a nice game against Hajieva.
No, no, no.
Are we looking the wrong game?
She won.
Yeah, let me check.
She won against one of the German girls. I don't remember, against Lara Schulze, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
might
yeah.
Be mistaken.
Jana.
Jana, the other, yeah. So d5, e takes, c4. It's something very original, I have to say. So against Khan, so it's some really attack, I have to say. Now at least it transposed to a normal part of attack. So I wonder how bad would it be for black to go d4 to play, a Benoni-like setup.
Why not?
It's a clear kind of Benoni tempo down. So maybe psychologically you don't want to enter this, but objectively might have been the best move.
Yeah, of course. But look at the time. White has. Oh no, it's a spent of all the moves, right? Not at this point. Okay.
G6, Queen A4, Queen D6, something very original. Knight E4 and castles. Rook E1, castles. Yeah, so this is certainly not something you see often. Queen is really strange on E6. If anything, I want to say more sense to me that black's idea of putting the queen on e6. White's to move again. I believe d4 you will kind of have to play eventually. So might as well do it right now. Wonder what she's thinking about. I mean, you could make an argument for something like this, strangely enough. You go knight g5, and who knows, maybe you'll swing the queen all over here to h4 and only then play d4. But it seems to be too artificial. So if you ask me, I mean, that is what I would play like in a couple of seconds in a blitz game. Just go d4, develop the bishop, play normal stuff. If you have more time, then perhaps you can come up with something original, not necessarily better. Still, d4 seems to be the most reliable. Okay.
Yep, it does. Let's thinking, and we have spent way more time than her opponent. So let's leave this game in here and let's go to the board 4, where we have a very interesting position. And here we have a new player. So far, I don't remember her name. Kaya Marala Trisha against Kamalizanova.
Okay, so this is so-called Slav Gambit, right? So once again, remember the game of Yosipenko, which went knight f3 and then knight f6 transpose into the semi-Slav, or you can play dc4 and go for not a bomb variation. And in order to avoid that, white can play e2, e4. It's actually a very aggressive way of playing it. e4 looks logical as well. You just seize the control over center. Black captures on e4 usually, takes and gives a check on b4. So now if you just go back, there's nothing special, right? Black develops, goes c6, c5, everything. So in order to try to prove some advantage, white goes bishop d2, and then an exchange on d2 is clearly in white's favor, so white keeps the centralized knight, also swaps the dark square bishop, so sometimes c5 with the idea of putting knight on d6 is very strong. So of course, it's not in black's interest to swap. Bishop b4, queen e4, and you have both bishop e2 or knight e2. So in our game, white has played knight e2. And it's so confusing, I have to admit. Knight to d7. Remember, I guess knight a6 used to be a theoretical move, but I might be confusing it with bishop e2 line.
Yeah, maybe bishop c3 here.
So after knight a6, there were three moves. Bishop c3, bishop d6, and also there was this funny bishop f8 move. Attacking g7 early, and then you can't take because it's check.
Nice.
The line, bishop e7, bishop f8, knight e7, bishop takes pawn, rook g8, then black jumps with the knight, something like very lively. Here, after knight d7, white went queen d6. I'm not convinced queen d6 is that strong. Anyway, queen d2 now threatening bishop c3, so therefore knight f6, castles long, c5, bishop c3, queen c7, queen g5, rook g8, knight g3, b6. Okay. Well, looks very, very attractive for white. The fact that black still needs some time to finish the development, and we can already predict that black will be attempting to castle long. Should we give white an opportunity to develop a very strong initiative there? But I'm still not sure how exactly you proceed about this position. Some knight h5 could be an idea. Ideally, I would like to go with knight f5, but how to make it work? That's a big question. I'm not on time,
d3.
right? Yeah, I'm not on time, I'm guessing. Bishop d3, d7.
Maybe now?
Yeah, but he takes.
And rook e1 check.
And rook e1, yeah, and in the worst case scenario, perhaps just bishop e4.
And now f3.
Give the bishop back and castle long meanwhile, right?
That's fine,
actually. F3 is fine, but queen f5 is stronger. Queen f5 is stronger, just winning a pawn back, and getting a very, very, very pleasant position. I still don't believe it works, to be honest. Okay, let's try one more time. Knight f5, pawn takes, check. Black can also play king f8, right? It's a long-lasting compensation, I understand. The rook is on g8, but it's a full piece. Yes, I understand.
With idea rook d7 and queen e7 checkmate.
Yeah, might still be good enough, actually. Might still be good enough. Anyway, so far the most exciting position from what I've seen.
So you have not seen board 5. Let's go there and let's check it out.
Okay, on board 5 it's Mukherjee against Grebenshikova. Yeah. Okay, so this line. So c takes d5. Now e d5 leads to tower defense, and c takes d4 first. Is what was it was called some gambit, something gambit, but Sharageni gambit something, yeah. C takes d4. Now you can take immediately. You can give a check. So white gives a check and then takes on d4. d5. Knight to f6, and surprisingly white decided to take the second pawn. This is usually not, not advisable. Knight to c6. Now rook b8 is already a huge threat. Rook b8, knight b4, so bishop f4. Black went bishop b4. To be honest, I don't like it all that much. How about knight b4 here? How do you actually guard against
I was thinking about long
rook
castle.
c1, yeah, or even long. Maybe long castle. Maybe you're right. Yeah. Okay. So bishop b4, rook d1. Okay. So now, is it good or bad? But I guess black has to castle short, right? And that's the moment. Like you don't have rook
actually
b8.
worrying about this pin. Maybe queen c8 here.
But then you're trading the queens.
Yeah,
being
I
two
know,
pawns
but
down.
there is this pin, and white's whole side is down, like not developed.
No, but that's the same. It's just you have the queens on the board. No? Okay, queen c8, I understand. Probably gives some compensation. But then I just go e3. Perhaps you win back one of the pawns, but white will finish the development. No, seriously, I'm thinking just castle, then play queen a5. Say knight f3, queen a5. I would be looking for this. And this should probably work, because if white takes on d7, I'm guessing bishop d3 should be strong. Bishop c3 should be strong, and then just another check. Rook d2, and okay, rook b8, for instance, wins the queen, right? Because you can take the rook, but then you can't really leave because rook b1 is a checkmate. So some sample lines like this. So what I'm saying, white actually takes a huge risk by accepting the second pawn on b7.
On b7, yeah, that's right.
Maybe you should take risk by that point, because yeah, 2 rounds left, and yeah, how do you win the game if you're not taking risks? All right, so quick overview. That's board 5, something very sharp, right? Board 4, white is looking for a way to put pressure on this king, first of all, while black tries to accomplish the development. On board 3, something quite original and possibly quite good for white, because yeah, this queen d6, queen e6 moves not point, at least it seems so. So black actually made it difficult for himself to accomplish the development. On board 2, Salimova actually something exciting, just went knight g3. Maybe also a method to play, just keep more pieces on the board and see how it goes. Queen to c7, and this is something I don't like. Queen c7, kind of asking for d5. It's just nonsense. d5, e takes. I was thinking knight f5 with the tempo, nice move, but okay, rook e8, yeah? Rook e8. It's only one knight so far attacking the black king, so white is not getting there. If d5 is not an option, then maybe black is doing fine. Maybe more than fine. Because, eventually the knight will be, if it's not supporting the attack, it does very little. Like if we say, yeah, white plays bishop b2 and black captures, you capture with the knight, right? So somehow both white knights are strangely placed. Okay, this one can opt for b5, but black very likely will play a6. Yeah, black's very flexible and very solid at the same time. Rook e8, yeah, f8 or knight. I like it for black.
Right. So far we have covered all the boards, almost all the boards in the girls section, and in open section already second game has been ended. So we have another draw here in open section. Board 30 was also draw.
What? Board 30.
Yes.
Oh yeah, board 30 was a draw because of some, once again, some theoretical... Yeah, let's check it quickly. So it's a Nimtso Indian. I3, rook b1, bishop d2, b4. Then just rook takes and knight d5, and this is the repetition. I don't have any knowledge about this line, to be honest, but let's trust the players. So that this is just,
We can trust them.
you know, this is just a forced draw. Okay, some people getting tired, and also like on board 30, you probably at that point know what you're fighting for. You're not fighting for the medals, maybe for titles, like international master title could be a thing. But yeah.
Anyways, let's get back to the top boards.
The top boards, yeah. Board 1, for instance. What can be more of a top board than the board 1? After e3, you would expect black to, you know, continue development, but now to d5 and knight to b6, right? Bishop c4, knight b6. So this way, black gets a pair of bishops. Goes e6, goes bishop d6, castles, rook to d1 and a6. So why rook to d1? Black is preparing to play, yeah, like say b3 e5 or e4 e5, and that's very standard. I mean, very common for Queen's Gambit accepted. There are such lines, so that after d5, black just goes knight e7 to g6. And even with all the pieces on the board, like white slides to a bishop somewhere on e2 and black having one more knight on f6, it's considered to be playable. This way, it might actually be better for black, you know. Just go to g6, play f5. You have two bishops. You have no weaknesses. I guess if spends 2 attempts to trade the bishop on d6, black is fine with that. We'll go back with the pawn. So e5 should, this should try to avoid e5. Probably cannot forever. So rook b1, a7, a6 to avoid knight b5 moves, right? So now e4 is critical. Now e4 is critical. And I'm not quite sure why exactly a6 in this one. Now you won't be able to stop e4, e5. These are like tricky positions.
I think here rook e8 is the move. So
a6,
no, after a6.
Now,
yeah.
but I'm guessing, yeah, and the start would be much better for white with the presence of a light square bishop. But even like this, it doesn't look very pleasant for black because it will be hard to fully control, the d5 square. By the way, d5 might be the very next move. So black has two bishops, but he's kind of not developed properly. So I'd be a bit scared with black to accept this position. So usually what we're looking for is for the way to meet e4 with e5, right? Just to break. So after rook d1, let's say, I would consider going queen e7, for instance. So once again, e4, e5. Well, knight d5 is annoying. Yeah, I agree. Knight d5 is annoying.
Another thing might be something like maybe queen e8 to guard the knight on c6 and then push
to
b5.
opt for b5. Yeah, this could be a thing. Queen e8, then e5. You can actually b5 immediately even. let's say drive the queen away, go bishop e7, and then this goes here, knight goes here. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's acceptable. Gadimbaili spends a lot of time. I have to say, it's already, what, 30, more than half an hour difference, 34 difference on the clock in favor of Adam Kozak. So Kozak is a nice psychological situation, right? So a leader, comfortable position after the opening with the white pieces. Draw is kind of fine for him, so it's a lot of pressure on Bailey.
It is. Yesterday at the interview, I asked how often he found himself into the time trouble situation, and he said that not very often, and today we see that. But also the fact that he had so a complicated position and no time on the clock did not affect him to stressed out, and he said that he was very calm and he trusts his position. So that's very good sign for every chess player, not to panic, not to blunder, and not to make big mistakes when you have no time on the clock.
All right, so I'm switching to board 2. And here, after queen d3, yeah, in the game of Andrei Spenko, black actually played bishop b7 and b4, so this combination of moves. Knight a4, queen a5, b3, c5. After this e4 pawn early stage, yeah, that's a big question. What white is supposed to do here? I guess queen b5 might be an idea, strangely. So that if queens are traded, and you play the most natural move, knight d7, you might be getting in trouble, because white's gonna take c5, and then c6 will be a threat. Maybe take on c5 with the knight, pawn takes, then c6 is a threat, and then white will be on time to play f3, is my point. Like, say, rook c8, knight to d4, once again threatening c6, black captures, and white goes f3. This is known to be not a very pleasant position, because both bishop on b7, knight on f6 are fairly restricted. Like, if you give white one more move, I'm ready to bet that white's better. Like, I simply want to solidify, go bishop e2, bishop e3, and so on. So black is practically, wanted to say practically forced to play e5, but then white actually has knight f5. Yeah, so this would be easier for black, at least exchanging one of the bishops, right? But white actually has knight f5 and knight d6. And that's, okay, one of the options for Yesipenko is for sure this queen b5 in a very pleasant game, it would seem. But maybe you have something better. e4 is hanging, though, so what do you do? I mean, e5, sometimes they do play e5. That gives black knight a very nice outpost, right?
It does.
It's very... Sorry. So it's a very, very complex position. And regrettably, we don't have the time after each move. I'm just wondering what came as a surprise for Yesipenko. So he clearly had this position like analyzed. This he played relatively fast. Then he almost caught up on time with his opponent. Maybe after c5 he started to think. Then on board 3, Kacharava and his original Naidov approach 1. Let's see how it developed. B over h5, bishop e3, 6 h3. So just fair square, going for g4. a3 to stop b4, bishop b7, bishop d3, e5 now, and h4. It's very confusing. All right, queen d2, knight d7. So black, in terms of kind of pawn structure, black achieved a lot by getting this pawn on h4. Rook on g1.
Can
change? Yeah, castle.
Yeah, castle long, and this positions is knight on b3. It's just not into the. If white can somehow get this knight somewhere nice, like the best would be knight e2, knight a5 to get knight on a5. But then e4 pawn will hang.
Yeah,
so
like knight a2 is
knight
something
a2,
you don't
knight
wanna...
e2.
Yeah. I mean, knight d5 is perhaps the only square you want this knight to go to. But can you make it work is the other question. I'm really not sure. I mean, first black to move, so black will play something, and let's say this something will be queen c7, for instance. Because quite like rook c8 is a tough red move for the Sicilian, but quite often it turns out the rook has not much to do on c8 and they play rook b8 instead. So queen c7 perhaps is the move. And then for white it's not necessarily clear what to do. Bishop e7 is also fine, yeah. So yes, so far it looks that white is not getting too much. But once again, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what happens if white plays f4, because this is really kind of double-edged.
For instance, like what happens after rook c8, for instance?
You mean f4, rook c8,
Yeah.
and then the next, maybe just this, and then yeah, g4, open the g file, something. Yeah, well, actually here, once again, we have to remember that there is always this stupid sacrifice on c3 and then knight e4. There is d5, or might be d5 as well. Super position. No, I don't think f4, f5 is such a great idea now that I'm... What is the good idea is the other question.
I'm really struggling, actually, because whites are somehow just not active.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like all place, right? I mean, rook g1 in order to play g4, but g4 never good. Then bishop on d3, yes, protects the pawn, but blocks the d file.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking of bishop g5 to pin the knight. Bishop e7 is anyway the move that black wanted to play. And
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
basically you're not getting much out of it.
Exactly, that's kind of not clear. What exactly do you... I mean, what setup you are aiming at with white?
Yeah.
Still tricky.
Yeah, to be honest, I found it difficult for whites to move bishop and the knight, d3, bishop and c3 knight, because e4 pawn is hanging. So I was thinking maybe f3 onwards, but then this h3, f3 looks very ugly structure.
Yeah. I guess, was it good or bad, but probably 4 is the critical line. Like takes, before knight a4, if black takes, then you play some... Then a queen f, bishop d3, castle long, okay, you sacrifice the pawn, but at least you do not play awkward moves with white. And what we are doing instead, it's like from move 10, we've started to defend our weak pawns, right?
Yeah.
Strangely. Queen d2, knight d7, yeah. Seems to be very comfortable for black. Kacharava, of course, will try to prove otherwise. And then on board 4, we have already quite a lot of moves played. So this a4 early, that was the last move we've seen. Black has played d6. Trade on b5, trade on a8, 3, knight 5, which is a pawn sacrifice. Okay, knight takes... knight takes b3, a b3, castles, bishop g5, bishop b6, queen c1.
Actually, queen c1 is a very interesting idea. In fact, wants to take the knight on f6, and then e7, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And there is some fine line with rook c8, so you need to come
this
moves.
one. This and knight to c7, and if rook c8, then knight d5 wins for white. Because if you capture here, it's knight f6 intermediate, go back, queen c8.
Right.
Then 97, a fork anyway. Right, but there should be something for black. Wait a second. I don't like playing h6, but maybe I'll have to. So takes over there, knight c7. How about just trade and go d5? It's too much, yeah? It's already 2 pawns down. This
Well,
will be,
white has really
this will be
risk-free
3 pawns
position.
down. This will be 3 pawns down because knight e5. I'm thinking like queen takes, I should probably be able to handle. But still, like 2 pawns down. No, not very pleasant. Queen c1. Maybe black has nothing better than to defend the c7 pawn somehow by moving it forward. Like, but yeah, but how happy are you to play c6 with your bishop on a8? Yeah, that's once again something we don't like. Alrighty, so this is it. Both fives already a draw. Any interesting positions like, you know, boards? Because I can see on board 6, for instance, Petkov with Evich, some very serious discussion in what appears to be a Grunfeld or some sort of anti-Grunfeld. No, it was a Grunfeld defense with a modest setup from white, but later on, yeah, white went for something very aggressive. Knight a5, bishop here, and the moment you leave from this diagonal, so you don't have bishop g4, guess what? White plays h4 and knight g5 and h5. It's so amazing. I mean, nowadays, even you don't have the rook on h1, but still the pawn is going.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, it's not very pleasant. Black has to be careful there. Black has to be careful. So Petkov is getting somewhere against Evich. Evich spending a lot more time, and also, yeah, we've seen yesterday's game against Adam Kozak, where Evich basically went all in at a very early stage, and it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it did not. Let's take a look at the girls section before we go to the break, because we do have on the first board some changes.
Yeah, on board 1, Peyton-Laiva actually does seem to be getting somewhere. Yeah, as we said, c5, knight 5, queen c7, white went rook c1, just to be able, just not to worry about this bishop, right? So now cd4 is always answered with cd4, and rook guards the bishop. b6, so at least now queen f3 does nothing. White went f4, and after bishop b7, maybe bishop b7 is a bit too naive, because f5, it looks threatening. It looks threatening. The question is, do you play bishop d5? Maybe bishop d5 is what you have to do. I'm just thinking, if black captures on f5, then after rook f5, she'll find it hard to defend everything. Like rook f6 already being a very serious threat. And the knight can't really move because of f7, right?
Yeah.
So this looks pleasant. I would look for some move like bishop d5, you know, to stop white's pressure on this diagonal, but might still be not so simple. Might still be not so simple. Maybe bishop d3, and then white tries to build a battery on this diagonal. Yeah. Is it a lot? We don't know, but it's clear that it's white who has the initiative so far in this game.
It is. Now let's take a look at the bio of the participant in the open section.
Okay. Open section then.
In the open section.
So we are just jumping between.
The player from China, Zhu Jinner, 20 years old, the live rating 2484, and she's having a great performance after this tournament. She will probably be very close to 25 barrier. So the winner of the World Girls Chess Championship in 2016 under 14. In 2018, she won bronze medal in China Women's Rapid Chess Championship. And in November 2021, she took third place.
So third place in Grand Swiss.
Grand Swiss, that was the tournament where she got the right to play at the tournament Grand Prix for women, which happened recently in Kazakhstan. And here we have this participant. To be honest, I have to admit that this is the second tournament or third tournament that I heard about her, and it is quite impressive. She's women grandmaster for now, but she has international master norms, all of it. And I think she has 2 grandmaster norms according to our Twitch chat. And I strongly trust our chat because they do nice research. So she's trying to reach her last norm of grandmaster, and her rating has 500. So she just needs final norm of the grandmaster. And here we have her at this event. I think very nice and competitive tournament. Before we go for our first break, is there any game that you would like to take a look?
Yeah, since we were checking girls section, just quick updates. Board 1 we've checked on already. Board 2, nothing really happened. Rook fd8. Somehow, I'm a little bit worried about moves like this. Once again, right, d file will be open, so let's put the rook on the open file. But once again, since I've highlighted that this is always an idea, then somehow I'd be a little bit scared to play it this way. Maybe for no reason, but bishop f8, let's say takes, some knight g5, and this is the moment when I'm scared. So, knight e7, queen h7 is a threat. All the pieces lining up against the king. It might be that there is absolutely nothing for white, but when you see this position for the first time, you see that many white pieces attacking the black king. You're actually scared. So I would probably think of like rook e8 instead, so that the bishop's protected. But yeah, if it works, it works. Then it's a perfect move. So is that on board 3. Black finally faces the consequences of developing the queen to e6, and developing should go in like, quote-unquote developing, because it's clearly misplaced here. And after bishop g5, it's already a threat of knight f6. Once again, I'm not entirely sure how big of a threat it is, because I don't know what move black can play. I mean, quite often it's not such a big threat to win queen for knight rook if black, let's say, gets the d4 pawn somehow. Then you win the queen, almost adequate material. Also, you're exchanging the active pieces for the queen, which was kind of misplaced, right? So quite often this is not a big threat, but still something to reckon with. And also, 5 might be annoying. The worst of it for black is that you still have to play moves. Like you can't play d7. Like
no,
if you play
you should run away.
Queen d7, then yeah, well, e5. Knight e5. I mean, probably you're not lost just yet, but there is no doubt who has the advantage in this case, because also you had to trade your dark square. It's a very annoying black. So Levy is in quite a bit of a trouble. On board 4, yeah, that's the one. So after b6, white actually, no. Knight g6, rook e1 is what white did. And that's actually very...
The idea of knight f5, right?
Very clever, because I was thinking, yeah, this is a little bit too naive. I will play rook e1. Black will understand I want knight e5. So I will not do this. I mean, that was what we were analyzing with bishop and so on. It turns out, yes, black understands 5 is the move, but he cannot do much about it. Because g6 dropped the f6 knight, bishop b7, knight f5, and black is just one tempo short of stabilizing because castle runs into knight e7. So really, castle, how good can it be? But yeah, but there is knight e7, knight that is said. So after rook e1, black goes h6, d2, bishop d7, knight f5, and rook d8. But this should be really bad. Should be really bad.
First of all, never castle because I already played this rook moves.
Yeah, I have a question. How good is queen d6? Because at first I thought it just wins the game on the spot. You are threatening a checkmate, and if black captures, you take with the knight and you win the bishop. Okay, you win the bishop, but the knight is getting trapped at the very end. So that's actually a clever idea. However, the position might still be better for white, right? Two knights. So say takes on c5, knight c5, then some accurate play required to prevent like these knights from jumping. Maybe f3 is what you do. So if only white would have like a couple of more tempi, then I would be 100% sure white's better. But here, maybe he's not on time. Rook d1, already you have to account for some knight. Knight e4, bishop b4 check though. Yeah, maybe rook to d1 first, and then bishop e7, f3. So that's one line. But
Yeah,
then, of course, you look for more, right?
This position is so tempting, to be honest.
Yeah,
you
of
don't
course,
really want to trade so much.
Of course, you are looking for more. I understand that. But who knows? Maybe there is not... Ah, wait a second. If I just d3, what's black's next move? Can't take. Moving the knight looked scary because some knight g7, bishop f6, right?
Actually, I was thinking of queen knight d6 instead, bishop d3, king f8, and now to take the bishop on king f8.
No, but why f8?
I was just thinking of beautiful
okay.
line, king f8.
Sure.
Knight takes b7, queen takes b7, and queen to d6. And king has to go on e8, and now a bishop to d3. And the idea is, let's say, queen
rook
b8.
e6 and
yeah,
queen
it's a beautiful
g6,
checkmate.
yeah.
Like, I don't know.
But even then, knight f8 probably protects. Yeah, knight b8, for instance, and then you do have it with rook e6, bishop g6. Yeah, but that's too many kind of cooperation, too much cooperation, because I believe black plays king e7. And then it's a little trickier because, like, take 7, actually, black is not that unhappy. And otherwise, it's hard to keep the knight on d6. I think we should preserve this idea, because sometimes queen d3 is going to work, sometimes queen d6, sometimes knight d6 is going to work. So this would be a very nice move, but somehow you see the valuation bar goes down, so probably black has some reply. Don't know which one, to be honest, but
Yes,
I don't want to find out. I don't want to find out. Not
very accurate one, right? It gives black some
But what move? That's exactly what I don't know. I mean, what move black has here? Like, according to this machine, black certainly has something. I'm not sure what could it possibly be.
Knight somewhere. Knight to...
Which one? This one?
Yeah. This knight...
b8 or f8, but then knight g7, bishop f4, right? Ah, and maybe this is exactly what it does. Yeah, maybe this doesn't work. Yeah, bishop f6 and then rook d3. So black, turns out, also has tactics of his own. Queen d3, there's a check, and black takes the bishop. Yeah, so not as easy as it would seem, but still should be in white's favor. Honestly, one of the things to consider would be just, just take. After all, the king is so bad. Nah, that's something. So something doesn't work again. Probably some tactic. I just need like one move, bishop d3. All right. Why do we force ourselves to think? Let's agree on the fact that this is for the players. Players must think, and we should go for a break and find out what happens after we return, right? One last glance at board 5, where Krebenshikova castled indeed, and white played a3. So Miroshnichenko is taking more and more risk, if you ask me, because now, once again, it seems pretty straightforward. Black is not even required to, to think. You don't really move this bishop back, right? So that means you're taking. When you took, once again, what do? You attack the c3 pawn. I think it's actually terribly bad. I mean, probably white will not finish the development in this game. Actually, looks terrifying.
It does look. All right, let's take now our first break, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have a lot of updates from most of the games, because this is the moment when players are taking decision. In progress, last 2 rounds at World Junior Chess Championship. Soon we're gonna know the winners of this tournament, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. This is Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we are in the middle of the round 10, and we are going to know soon who will keep it in the competition and who will lose today the games.
So, well, from how it looks right now in the girls section, we might the name of the champion today's round. So once again, the situation, Beydulayeva from Azerbaijan leading with 1 full point clear ahead of the second place, right? And the position on her board, that's where we left it, and Black played a couple of very unfortunate moves, and especially this one, knight f6 to d7. So now Beydulayeva can take on d7, go f6, and it seems that she's winning, having a winning advantage, right? So wins this game, it all breaks down to her closest rival winning the game, a theoretical chance catching up with Beydulayeva. So on board 2, Salimova will have to win, and so far it doesn't seem to be likely. But yeah, but that's the first board, the most important, right? So after knight d7, really white can take, you know, and go f6, and I think it's so natural that's I'd be surprised if white doesn't do it. Okay, you probably can improve on this variation by going e4 first or whatever, but yeah, essentially that's the idea you have. Just go f6 and you attack the king. You, in any case, kind of open the king's shelter. You seize a lot of space. So it's very hard to come up with any sensible defense for black. And it's only moving, so somehow effortlessly white got a very big advantage. So I guess all correct till now, but after f4 black probably should have done something else if it was possible. So bishop d7, bishop b7, d5. This was still maybe should have insisted on trading the bishops, like bishop e4 would have been better. Or bishop e4 would probably drop a pawn like this. You cannot... Can you recapture? It's tricky, right? Because rook takes f6. I mean, lot of possibilities for white. But yeah, but after knight d7, you don't really need a lot of possibilities. You just take on d7, go f6, and you're probably winning.
Still, she's thinking and considering all the possible answers after f6, because knight takes d7, queen takes d7 should be played. And it is interesting what will be white's after f6. Probably g6 is the answer to keep the game going on.
Yeah, but I'm honestly scared that black is not making it out of yeah, like e4. This loses immediately to queen d2, but also if you move the bishop away, queen d2 to be extremely strong.
The thing is now h6 pawn is hanging, and when you play king to h7, now rook can lift on f3.
Yeah, rook f3. C takes rook h3. And it's probably checkmate.
H3, 5, you can
H5.
sacrifice the rook.
Yeah, you can take immediately and go queen g5 or just play queen g5. Yeah, you probably just take. Yeah, and if pawn takes, you
E5
go.
and that's
E5 is a checkmate. Yeah, queen g5 is also a checkmate, right? Because queen g7 is threatening,
Probably, yeah.
rook g8, queen h5. Yeah. So that actually proves that black's position is terrible. All right, so once again, if she wins, that means Salimova will need to win at any cost to keep the tournament intrigue alive. And now, yeah, after rook f d8, Salimova played d5, bishop c5, knight d4. Not very, I mean, not impressive at all, if you ask me. Yeah, okay, black probably has to care about knight b5 and play a6. And then it's very hard to come up with attack here. It's like white is, you know, in the middle of sort of on a road, because the structure suggests, the structure itself has 3 versus 2 queen side. So you probably should try to move the pawns there. But then the way white put the pieces suggests the opposite, right? The bishop looks at the king side, the knights are here for some knight f5 jumps, so like not quite a harmonious setup, I would say. With bishop on e3, for example, it would be much more logical for white to look for a3, b4, right? With the bishop on b2, even if you get this, you play a3, you play b4, okay, black drops the bishop to e7 or f8, and the only thing you achieve is that your c4 pawn is vulnerable, like say a6, queen b8, b4, bishop f8, and then, yeah, you already have to watch out for some knight e5 stuff. Yeah,
it used to be this approach to start this majority attack on the pawn side, but now, in the era of the engine friends, it's more like h4, h5, more like strongest approach to right away attack the king, and pieces are already there. So I think white side did a3 before it all, but instead she can try to rook lift on the third rank, double the rooks on d file, and then look, maybe there will be some kind of attack.
Yeah, but it's, once again, with the knight on g3, it's not that easy to achieve. Like, you go rook d3, you... first of all, black to move, right? Yeah, let's assume it's a6. Well, rook e3 runs it to knight e5, for instance. Rook d2 allows black to play a move like queen f4. By the way, queen f4 might be a good move immediately, because white somehow left the f2 pawn unprotected, so maybe queen f4, and then the knight is pinned, no knight b5. And it's not that easy to get rid of this queen. So queen f4, next move
but
knight e5.
very least I can do bishop f3 here, no?
Bishop f3, yeah, but then it takes knight to take, some knight g4. Knight g4, knight e4 though, right?
Bishop d4 is another move.
Bishop d4 is possible. Yeah, maybe white is still fine. Yeah, no knight e5 is a little bit sad, yeah, so maybe don't play queen f4 after all. So
we have a move. Let's see what was played in the game. Is it a6?
Well, actually, yeah, seems that she has played a move, possibly even... Is it their board? Yeah, it seems so. It seems that it's their board. I guess it does look like queen f4, but once again, we are not close enough. It will update.
And she goes right away. Bishop d4 has happened, because
bishop
she
takes
captured
d4, really? It's a surprising move, I have to say.
I think we need to zoom the video to check.
Come on, I mean, we will get an update, hopefully.
Surely we get.
Because it seems that we are kind of not getting the moves in the girls' tournament once again, right? Can this be right? Yeah, I'm checking board 4. On board 4 we actually do get a few moves. Knight d5, bishop d2, rook b8. Wow. White really is playing with fire here. That's on board 4. Board 2, no updates yet. No updates yet. It's clear that, yeah, the position on the board is not the one that we have on our analysis board. It advanced forward, but we don't get the PGN update so far. Which probably suggests we should be checking the other.
Yeah, we just get it right now. Queen is on f4,
No,
I
yeah,
see.
Queen f4 is played. Queen f4 is played, and probably bishop f3.
And there is bishop gone from b7, so...
Bishop f3, bishop f3.
And not f3.
Yeah. So we've reached this position here. I was not very happy with how it turns, but maybe just go back. Can't reach... Ah, you were talking about h4. How about h5 for black? Because it's actually black who has more stuff on the king side right now. So maybe even like h5, bishop c1.
Bishop c1, bishop g5 is so tempting
go to
here.
g5, but yeah, but let's keep the queen on g4 for now.
Hope that I will play h3, and then you'll take the queen.
It's a tricky line, yeah. So that's one thing, yeah, h3, queen g3, of course, is very, very welcome.
But you know
But
what I'm
bishop
thinking?
g5. Bishop g5 would love for knight e5, right?
There's too many pieces on the side, and I'm not strong in that side. Maybe bishop c1 was just too much here, and white can somehow...
4 is disturbing, right?
Somehow think of...
Maybe still bishop d4.
The thing is that after h4, you always have knight e2, and as long as you are not losing anything on the king side, this h4 will be a weakness in the end. Because now we have to make a move which guards the pawn on h4. For instance, h3 now.
h5, knight f4, queen h6, yeah, a lot of jumping. Yeah, I'm just saying that it doesn't seem to be better for white. Yeah, probably black is also like not really playing for an advantage, but doesn't be better for white. Anyway, queen f4, from this camera angle I can see that queen f4, bishop f3, trade on f3 happen. And then black is thinking in this position. Okay.
Let's go to the open section and go right away to the board for Jujiner against Nesterov Arsani, because we have a bit of turnovers here.
Quite an event, quite a development here. So after queen c1, d5 was played, knight takes e4, takes on e4, knight g4, and all of a sudden the engine clearly prefers black after this e3 move. So what's
queen d5 is a threat
what is
now.
all about? Yeah, it's queen d5 double attack, g2 and
Triple attack.
And the d5.
And the bishop on g5.
Yeah, but I think this is what white is planning. And queen d5 is really, really strong because it threatens a checkmate. You have to play f3, strictly only move, and then queen b5. Black is just a piece up. Is there a way for white to avoid such scenario? You can take on e3 with the knight covering d5, but then once again bishop takes seems to work, yeah? Or it's a little bit trickier. Bishop takes queen d5, there is queen g3. And you still have to find all those tactical tricks. Yes, knight h5, queen g4, and f5.
I'll take the knight and then... No. I take the knight and then h6.
f5 is... no? f5, yeah, f5, queen c4. Yeah, this one I've seen as well, and then some h6 or f6. Then you win this on a pin over the 5th rank. Probably black just wins. So she blundered this e3, it seems. So after d5, she could and probably should have captured on f6 anyway, and went for this position with one tempo less, I guess. Yeah, knight takes. And the way she played it, she probably overlooked this e3, and now it's really, really hard to suggest the way. Knight c3, okay, let's go knight c3. Let's just cover this d5 square. It's probably still better for white, but at least we are not losing any material, it seems. Unless, I mean, this is too much, right? Knight g4, bishop d8, takes on f2, king h1. No, this is probably too much. Too brilliant. But there is something for black, clearly.
Oh, I think e2 can be.
e2. And then if rook moves, and also hang on, I can take. No? I cannot take because queen d5, and there is no f3. The pawn is pinned. Yeah, that's actually clever. So e2 is an option, and if rook goes, then again, I mean, I'm very tempted
It's
to
so
sacrifice
tempting to take it. Yeah.
sacrifice the queen, but probably doesn't really work. It's very confusing again. And if you don't have anything better, you can actually take on f2, and it still has to be to white's advantage, to black's advantage. I mean, okay, let's check like first couple of boards. Let's check first couple of boards. Kozak against Gadim Bailey. Kozak also started to spend a lot of time. Okay, fair enough. Look, after e4, black, of course, was anticipating e4, and he goes with b5 immediately. How does that work? So if you take on c6, it's what? Bishop d7, and then rook b8, and rook a8, and the repetition. Okay, so that was the idea of Gadim Bailey. Kozak already could have made a draw if he would have captured the knight. So one more time, queen takes, bishop d7, queen b7, and rook b8, and it's a repetition. Queen e2, b4, knight goes, queen e8, e5, bishop e7, b3, and bishop to b7. Still looks better for white, if you ask me. Yes, there is a square on d5 for black, but kind of not enough space, right? Bishop g5, bishop e7, so bishop e3 is another option, and then just go rook c1. So white is in full control. Once again, very pleasant position, also very pleasant scenario for Kozak that he's he enjoys risk-free advantage against the closest rival. So this is it. Second board, check c5, and Yesipenko spent a lot of time, like 10 minutes. Sorry, 10 minutes. What am I saying? 40 minutes or so. He was on more than an hour. Now down to half an hour. He captured c5 twice without giving a check. Bishop e4. He's thinking again. I'm not sure why he decided not for it. Like in comparison, this is far less promising. Bishop e4. Don't even know. Maybe no. This doesn't work. Knight c6 and rook d8. Really strange, this Yesipenko. He's probably still not worse, but nowhere near a serious advantage.
Oh, he went for queen
now
b5.
he goes queen b5.
Oh, why not 6 there to guard the pawn on c5 and disrupt the castle in?
That's what I exactly just said. Knight c6 and rook d8 next move, and it's very hard to stop, right?
Wait, knight d2 here?
rook d8. And then you have to go.
Queen, maybe on f4 to attack the bishop.
Yes. Somehow it's castles, knight d5, all the tempi for black. Nah.
The thing with this idea is that now, like for instance, if white can guard the pawn c5, then knight c4, knight d6 is a very nice square for the knight.
But yeah, but how do you keep it alive? Queen e3, knight d5 is there. Knight d4 is there first of all. Yeah, knight d4 is a big threat. Yeah, I think it could be that he was hoping for this, but it probably just doesn't work. Queen b5 check. Black actually.
Actually, I made a move there. Can we go back?
Can.
Queen d6, knight c6, knight d2, rook d8, and knight c4. How about that? Because the queen is.
So if I take, you take on a5. Yeah. Rook. Now this is good because bishop b5 is the thing. This is probably good for white. Yes, so knight c4 is clever, and the queen is sort of. This is a critical line. I agree. So takes here, knight a5. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I did, but then knight c4 back, right?
And why not bishop e5 and bishop f4?
Because I will take, right?
You're given. Okay, you're given there. Okay.
Knight c4. It's still. I'm not convinced because it's equal material. It's not like an extra pawn on c5. And black is much better developed. So say castles. Yes, you do get the knight on d6, but black plays bishop 5. Won't be surprised if it somehow works out at the end for black.
Yeah, I think we're going very close because in the game we have queen check, and they swapped the queens off the board.
Queen b5.
And this knight is anyway going there.
Knight a6. Hard to believe white will succeed. Because, you know, it's like going for a forcing line, but if you just stop, I mean, it's very tempting. You calculate a lot of stuff and so, but if you just stop and look at the position, white has the knight on b5 as the only piece which is playing. That in fact, would be not to get in trouble with white. So probably you play bishop e3 just to get some into play. Because c6, yeah, c6 technically possible, but looks way too optimistic to me. Castles and then rook c8, knight d5. I'd be actually somewhat worried with white. Maybe for no reason. Maybe yeah. Maybe go bishop g5.
Come on, this is hard. Misplaced.
Active? Not sure. Not sure.
But you pointed the worst pieces on the knight on b5.
You don't have that many. Yeah, okay, knight on b5.
But c6 looks scary. And how about moves like e3? Think of that moves?
Okay. So this. Bishop e3, in fact, is much better, I'm guessing, because you actually attack 7.
Yeah. I don't know, for a human perspective, I think it's quite pleasant to play with.
We'll figure it out in a moment. c6. c6 perhaps is critical.
And a3 has just played.
Okay, he plays a3. a3 is I have to say. Because now among other things.
This view very much.
But what's the
thing
point?
is that your a7 pawn, knight on a6, it's just so badly placed here.
Please tell me more.
Wow.
It's exactly what.
Andrea gonna tell us more actually.
No, I think really, I mean, check c6 is perhaps critical, but this kind of helps black, because I presume that's the follow-up, but this kind of helps black with this knight, right?
Well, let's see first of all what happens if knight takes on c5, right? Because that's it's quite natural move to take the pawn on c5.
Knight c7. I really need to do this. And here I'm not sure exactly. Because a b4, knight b4 threatens this, so you probably have to take, I assume. And then at the very least it's a check. Okay, maybe this is actually a good position. Because all of a sudden all white pieces are developed, right? B4.
Oh, come on, now you like the position. That's unfair. I think after a3 he feels very comfortable in that position.
Maybe. Let's check this one. Many more pieces on the board. Kacharava somehow made a huge progress. Long and everything. f4, bishop e7, castle e8, king b1, queen e7, and queen f2. Black just played knight c5. So, how about that? What is the plan for black? Not clear. Knight d7 is scary because knight d5. Queen takes, once again, quite scary because bishop f4 and some e5 is about to happen. Okay, progress, and also he's down to 25 minutes in this very, very sharp position. So, wait a second. How many points for the guys on board 4, Zhu and Nesterov? Are they equal with, say, Yesipenko and so on? Because this is somewhat confusing. I think they are, right? 6.5.
We do have 5 players with 6.5. Yesipenko, Sonis, Kacharava, Mendonca, and Evgeny.
Okay, so Nesterov, even though he's better, he's not catching up with the leaders if he wins, right? Okay, e3, knight c3 played, and Nesterov is looking for the follow-up. He actually captured on f2, plain and simple. Yep, fair enough. So perhaps knight takes, and then the big question will be how to continue with black. Because this is still an annoying pin, right? If you
I think it's down pin, yeah.
What's the material? It's only one pawn for white, so is it equal? Bishop f6, gf6, if happens, probably not so scary. Well, actually, white might regret opening the file king h8 rook g8. Yeah, so probably this is, in fact, the most natural moves are the way for the advantage. Knight f2. Yeah, if you get h1, by the way, it might be that bishop a8 wins. Bishop g2 and queen a8. So you're unpinning this way, the g4 knight is hanging, and you just win, yeah? King g3, just take, and queen g2. So ef2 played, and Zhu is thinking, but in fact she's got only one move, which is knight 2. If she goes king h1, she is lost immediately.
Yeah, she has to make this knight f2.
Then board 5, it's already a draw.
Board 6 is very interesting.
Yeah, board 6 was quite interesting. It's developed quite a bit. Yeah, we've seen h5, I guess. And then black went rook d5, f4, h6, e4. Yeah, but Evgeny does something strange in this tournament, I have to say. C takes on g6, c, knight e5, f6, and it's white to move. Knight f7. Looks very simple. Knight f7, queen h5, take, checkmate. Right? Probably you do. Knight f7. Yeah, poor Evgeny. I mean, he had a series of very good games, but then he lost yesterday with one. Once again, he's in trouble. The knight f7. Not even sure. How do you fight back? What's the material? Black is up a pawn, but this pawn's not going anywhere. The knight f7, knight d8 is perhaps a threat, and more of a threat is something related to queen h5, knight takes h6. Yeah, it might be one of those more exciting positions, I have to say. On board 7, I was not paying attention. There is Murad Lee, from another player from Azerbaijan, actually not having such a great position. He's under some sort of an attack with white. But once again, these guys, with all due respect, they are having a bit less points, and maybe like winning 2 games nets you a bronze medal if you are playing somewhere around board 6, board 7, but unlikely you're fighting for gold. Who's certainly fighting for gold is Kozak, right?
Yeah,
and his opponent. So b3, bishop b7, bishop b3, knight a7, a bit of a surprising move. So just feels the urge to block the d5 square.
Yeah, probably he wants to play bishop c6, knight b5, knight c3 next moves.
Yeah.
In fact, we do have very interesting updates in the girls section, board 5. We were looking at this game, and
do we get moves finally? Ah, okay, yeah. All right, Grebenshikova.
it feels just
Looks like she's winning. Look,
it looks so sad for white not to have any of the pieces developed on
bishop
the king's
e6,
side.
knight b4. Oof. No, but that's absolutely brilliant. White is just completely lost, right? Knight c2 is a checkmate. Look, you go to like b3, b2. Black captures on a3.
Funny looking.
And it's just game over. I don't think there is any move. Look, bishop takes, knight takes, wins on spot, right?
Queen d2 and knight c2 checkmate.
Yeah, queen d2, you kind of avoid checkmate, but you still get checkmated. No, that's an incredibly weak play. Pardon me, not to. It seemed to be principled. Like, yeah, let's accept all the pawns sacrificed, but somehow it didn't work at all. Maybe a3 is the last mistake. Maybe still was possible to say play queen a6, at least stop queen a5. Maybe that was an option. Yeah, actually, you see, computer kind of confirms that queen a6 was possible to fight still. But now it looks like black is winning after only 16 moves. Also, very nice game. Not even sure. I mean, what's the move to play? Because it still does not consider black's position completely winning, the engine that is, but at the same time, what do you... yeah, I realize what you do. You pretend like nothing is threatening, and you play some sort of e3, so that knight c2 is not a checkmate, and you're a piece down. I mean, you lose for sure, but this explains why the engine gives some, let's say, so like not -10, but -5 or something. Because yeah, if you move the queen, I think it's just you no longer have a move at all. What to do? No, that's just Queen b1 is a little bit more clever, right? Queen b1, so that when I'm capturing, at least I'm not threatening the queen, but it's still hopeless. Knight d4 being a threat. I mean, everything being a threat, it seems.
Yeah, really
terrible.
Really tough competition for Maria Miroshnichenko, who we know from the European Championship under 18, where she had great performance with 100%. But this competition seems not going on her way. Let's get to the other games. Let's start
board
from
4.
here.
Board 4. So white captured on b7 when queen e3, rook e8 is fine, rook g1, queen c7, h3, and somewhat surprising move b5.
And knight d6 has been played?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she went for knight d6, king e7, traded on b7, queen e3, rook e8, rook g1, queen c7. h3 is a funny move because actually you can play queen h2 and the rook is almost like trapped, right? Bishop d3. So that's why she plays b5, I'm guessing. So b5, if white captures, some knight d5 happens, you know.
How about we go g4 here?
Yeah, then perhaps b4. We'll have to leave the long diagonal. Bishop d. Maybe it's still fine. Okay, we go bishop d2. Black is a pawn up, but like knights do not have good squares. This takes some time, right? So like knight b8, c6, d4. We will be faster with some g5 stuff, like f4, maybe g5, f5.
h4 also g5.
h4, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the best. Like not to react here, because if you take, black at least manages to trade one of the bishops, and you know, also like opens some files against white king. So maybe just not to react, but to go for your own thing. g4 and so on. Yeah, I like g4. Yeah, let's climb up. So on the board number 3, after bishop g5, knight b6 happen. Queen a3, d4, knight d4, and rook d4. Exactly what we were talking about. So black decided to give the queen away. Knight f6, and then I guess, not even sure what you take with. If you take with the bishop, rook e6, bishop e6, trade here. I would say black actually has decent chances of making a draw, but not more than that, yeah?
How about we keep the bishops, like it takes
f6? Yeah, that's another option, of course. So take here, rook takes, bishop takes, and bishop e3. And this is where black starts to have some tactical tricks, like knight c4. So if you take, rook takes, and black only needs f5, and I don't think black kind of risks much in this position. If you move the queen, the way it goes, let's say you attack the rook, right? Takes here, queen d4, knight c2. I think black is potentially better, in fact.
Great.
Right?
Yeah.
Takes on a1, good. Queen a1, some f5. I mean, black is not worse. Just can play bishop. Yeah, bishop f6, king g7, just stand there. So yeah, maybe she found her way out of trouble. And it doesn't look like white has something else. So white has to go for it. Has to go for it. Maybe here, not bishop e3, but some other move, which is, I don't know what.
But the problem is that
Yeah.
the bishop is quite limited, right?
Bishop's hanging.
H4, F4, D2, and C1
yeah,
are just taken.
everything's covered. So yeah, if you move the bishop, it's only bishop e3,
Yeah.
by the way. Yes. Yeah. So bishop e3 forced. Knight c4. Yeah, probably what you have to do is this, and then how crazy would it be to try to take this pawn?
I think very. Because then how can you unpin your bishop?
There was a specific plan of queen e3, to be honest, but I'm guessing it didn't work somehow. So b6, right? No, it's not right. b6, 7.
Bishop h6.
A bishop h6 to stop it. Yeah, could be. I mean, that's again, you know, this is one of those cases when computer sees it immediately, all the geometry, like you have to control this square, that square, and for us it's very hard to calculate. Now, just my point is, like, if you don't take a7, I don't care what the engine says. I know black cannot lose
And
this.
also Miro, after bishop a7, there is this 5, for instance. Play queen e3, maybe now bishop h6. So where the queen really goes?
I'll take. No?
No, king h7 here.
King h7, yeah, but then bishop goes away. Bishop d4 or b6.
And now bishop to h6.
Bishop h6, queen goes to e2, right? Now you're probably not kind
Rook
of not
A2.
worse anyway. Rook b4, and you can win one
Maybe
of
rook
the pawns
a2,
back.
yeah,
and
right
so on.
away.
Rook a2 you can play, yeah. So it looks like white doesn't have any other option but to take the queen, and if he takes, black is not risking much. So that's a good find by Livia Yarotska, in fact.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Maybe white should have been more careful. But on the other hand, what do you do after knight b6? Yeah, like queen. Maybe queen c2. Not sure. Queen a3 looks very tempting. But it turns out black can sacrifice the queen like this. All right. You know what? Maybe I keep forgetting there is an alternative. You can just play knight c3 and win back the e7 pawn. Maybe that's what you have to do to play for an advantage. So, finally, we are coming to the top boards. And then on board 2, Salimova's game, queen f4, bishop f3, trade on f3, h5, and b4. So Salimova, did she blunder something? What is b4? Pardon me. b4, if black takes, I mean black has to take. But what's the point after b4? Because say rook d4 doesn't trap the queen. You can go this direction, you can go this direction. So I'm really surprised with this b4. So it looks like some sort of a gamble, but
Did time too when she played against
Bedulayeva,
yeah.
Yeah, but that gamble looked much more justified. Here I'm not even sure what's the very next move, right? It's basically you sacrifice the pawn and your secret hope is that your opponent will not take. Which by the way is also an option. Like you move back and c4 is hanging and so on. Okay, what's clear is complete. So f6, e5 was the move. Went with c4. went back with the bishop d5. So maybe white is not kind of crushing through immediately, because black managed to kind of stop from coming to g4 and so on. But white position is winning on so many levels, right? Better pawn structure, win the e4 pawn, that's guaranteed. And also, let's not forget about the king side. It's practically impossible to do anything.
That's right. Yeah, looks amazing, this pawn on d5. If it's not even on time to p5 and break down the center.
That's certainly out of question. I think you still have to do something about this. Go g6, 7, at least you're not getting checkmated, but then white need to just take the pawn, or maybe first prepare to take it in the most convenient way, like rook f4, you know, queen e2, the rook to f1. Actually, you want the queen to h4, right? Perhaps. So queen e1, queen h4, or g3. Maybe not even rook f4. Why do you need rook f4, right? Just go here.
Well, yeah, this is worse for sure. How about rook e8 instead of
g6?
Yeah, to give the g7 f.
f to e8. Yeah, but I was playing g6 with the idea, so at least I stop queen h5, because now I'm not even sure if the king survives. Queen h5, and then rook f4 comes very quickly at you. We probably should.
And after queen d6?
Queen d6, and you go to e5. Yeah, maybe.
I'll surely go there.
Maybe, but again, that's so like you don't lose immediately, but you probably lose slowly, right? Queen g6, and yeah, okay. This gives black a chance.
And the thing is that like you can take back this, like if you stabilize the board, like trade some like queen and the rook, that can be fine. But it's not fine. Even endgame looks very bad, actually.
Yeah, I mean that was my point. That you kind of lose immediately because your king is checkmated. If you don't lose because of checkmate, you lose middle game. If you somehow survive to endgame, it's also lost.
The damage has been done like a bit earlier.
Right.
Actually, Sarana did not really blundered anything. She was calculating this line. Look at this. After
b4, bishop b4.
Rook d4 and rook h4.
But yeah, I understand. But what's the deal here? I think one of those, you know, like such unnatural setups that if black doesn't blunder anything, she will win like by simply playing good moves, like, I don't know, g6. How do you continue your attack? I mean,
Knight e4,
Knight e4. Then again, bishop e7. I mean, just not to calculate anything. Just you see, now white is winning for whatever reason. Maybe knight g5 and then some sacrifices. So it's not. I was
thinking knight g5 right away.
Knight g5 immediately, maybe. So okay, now we figure out what the threat is to take here, right? So let's do it another way. Let's go to e7, but then you take, right? And it's not so simple. Then you probably take, and it's not so simple. No, I still believe like black has to be close to winning, if not winning, but maybe it's a little bit tricky. Takes, knight f6. And somehow, somehow white once again has...
Knight g5.
You can play knight g5. This one...
Oh, bishop f6, actually.
Yeah, but bishop f6 I was not... somehow was not scared of because the king is running away, right? You probably... What you actually do is rook h4, so you protect the pawn and...
You prefer knight
once
g5.
again you need, maybe rook e1, knight g5. So, impressive. I mean, if this works, it's actually a
It's a
very
brilliant
cool...
decision from Salimova. She has to risk right now, and this is the way how she sees
Okay,
it. I
bishop
like it.
e7, fine. So knight h5 we said. Knight h5 we said. Is there any other way for black to play? I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe after all this attack is better than it looks originally.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
It's a huge risk. It's a huge risk from Salimova.
yeah, but again, like it's only because we know the evaluation. But imagine sitting at the board, and I don't think Serikbai is that relaxed now, like thinking, okay, nothing bad can happen. Yeah, so she is probably quite a bit afraid of all those white pieces targeting the king. Right, Board 1, Rook f8 indeed happened, you were right. Rook f4, Rook e5. Computer is going absolutely crazy, saying white's winning. It's like plus a lot for whatever reason. Because honestly, I don't see kind of the convincing way. I understand white has huge advantage here.
Maybe
But
just to
how
take on e4
exactly-
and then put the battery on the diagonal.
Like this, for instance. I mean, Rook e8. Somehow, it's not that convincing. It's one pawn which is not even going that fast. I'm probably not getting checkmated, right? Probably not getting even like this. I'm not so, or g6 now. It's yeah, I understand why it's winning, but it will take some time, right? e4, if black able block e5, maybe you'll be not so easy. So I'd be looking for something more convincing, but the question is if there is anything more convincing. If I take this guy, I actually don't know what I want. Maybe take g7 and then attempt to win e4, right? Well, that's, yeah, maybe once again we have full variation which says white is winning completely, but maybe that's one specific line that you actually have to find, and otherwise black can fight
actually
on.
Check it. Bishop takes e4.
So with the bishop, okay. Bishop e4, and then if rook e8, probably just some queen, what, queen d3 or... now you can go back, actually.
Queen f3.
Queen f3,
yeah. Yeah.
Almost sure it will not be. It's not very natural. But who knows? Who knows? So these crucial games are developing in a way under the same scenario. Players who need to win, Beydulayeva and Salimova, are both attacking. It's just that Beydulayeva is backed by, you know, solid positional ground and potentially an extra pawn as well, while Salimova had to sacrifice material, and now she has to prove she has enough. So she's risking, if this attack somehow disappears, white will lose.
White will lose because it's not only just a pawn, but
yeah,
the
it's a
pawn structure on the
weaknesses.
queen side is something that's gonna.
Okay. Board 5. Wow. Board 5, black is completely winning. I'm coming back to this one because they speed up and they played.
And you want to see
moves,
how it's gonna end.
A lot of moves very fast. Look, b1, queen takes a3, e3, queen a4. Nice. Knight a2, queen c2. Traded. given a check, knight e5. No, I mean, such a domination. White can't really do much. Check, king f2, check, king g3. And then bishop b3. I mean, pretty much anything should win because white still is undeveloped, but bishop b3 just wins on a spot, right? Because
you save the bishop
you save a piece, yeah. Knight c4 takes d2, and then
it's extra piece.
Check. Terrible, just terrible. So Miroshnichenko, we can call in a way, you know, like an opening catastrophe because the game goes on. It's move 25, but white was done by move 15 or something. Actually, I think this is already like
she took
lost.
this b7 pawn. It was good example why you should not take pawns like that.
Unless you have a plan, right? Because sometimes that's exactly what you do. You take pawns and defend, but in her case, it was just an impulsive decision.
Let's go back to the open section. Junior and Arseny Nesterov gonna end the game rather fast.
Okay, so Nesterov is winning, it turns out. Wait a second. Knight takes f2. That's what we've seen. Queen takes d3, bishop f6, gf6. Rook e1 was perhaps another blunder because after queen f5, king h8, nothing can save white. Bishop g2 is a nice trick, but check, and rook g2 wins the queen. And he even picks up this pawn, yeah, logical. So Nesterov is climbing up. He'll be on, how much? On 7, right? 7 out of 10.
Not too far, but it's good always to be around the court.
You know, 7 playing white might still get a medal. This looks like a nice game from black, in fact. Like, yes, white was perhaps somewhat better in one moment, but then after d5 and white kind of blundering with knight e5 and specifically knight g4, he played all the best moves, it seems. Starting from e3, white practically never had a second chance. It's a nice game by Nesterov, and indeed he will win this sooner rather than later. So perhaps there is a chance to get him in the studio if he accepts it. We are not forcing anyone to join us in the studio, but just praise kind people who agree to do so.
You're talking about Nesterov?
Yes. Why not?
No, I think he has the language barrier. That's what I asked.
Okay, Kacharava against Mendonca. I'm checking this sharp knight of what goes on here. Yeah, this looks nice for white for a change, because at least white managed to get something going on in the center with black still being uncastled. So now the big question is, do you take d5 or you go knight e4, which allows black to trade the bishop, right? Maybe c4. Okay, that's actually a very important question. If black has the time, he probably does. If he has the time for c4, he's okay, because I was thinking if he just captures, and then knight d6 is a huge threat, he captures here, white takes. It's opposite colored bishops, but black is not on time, right? You need kind of to castle, and at this, because yeah, you cannot play with the king on e8. So you need to castle, and at the same time bishop f5 is a threat. So you can't do both. Can't do both. So yeah, terrible. Knight d5. But also this, just take and start opening the files with king in the center. It's really hard for black to, to hold it. So Kacharava might be bouncing back after yesterday's loss. Then on board 2, Yosipenko and Sonis. So do we still like a3? Knight b4. Yosipenko didn't take on a2. He preferred to castle, but then a6, knight d6, rook b8, rook to d1. Now computer says it's equal, which kind of puzzles me quite a bit. Because that's, I mean, if you would ask me without showing me the evaluation, I would say that's the most unlikely, the most unlikely assessment of this position being equal. Because if white keeps the c pawn, he's better. If he loses, then obviously black is better.
I think this d5 square compensates
Maybe,
white's pawn, like knight f to d5.
Yeah, maybe I cannot win it. I just go like this and knight c6, block everything and pretend that nothing happens. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, we have a result, but
We have
not
a
a surprising
result.
one on the board
Nesterov,
4, yeah.
Nesterov has won, yeah. Actually, they played a series of moves relatively quickly after what it was. Can't find it. Rook takes, knight e4, they took here, yeah, like collected all the pawns and just nothing to do for black.
Yeah, there's not even a sequence to
do this,
checkmate.
Yeah. Go here, you threaten the checkmate, and black has 2 ways of winning the knight. All right, so Nesterov has won. Yosipenko's position seems to be, closer to equal, but we'll see, of course. Move 21 and both players down to like 20 minutes or so. So invest a lot of time early in the opening. And finally, I was leaving it as a sort of a dessert, Kozak against Gadimbaili. After knight a7 happens, white goes knight e1. Once again, might be confused why exactly to move the knight to e1, because white knows it's all about the c5 square control. Rook d8, knight f4. Turns out it's about the d5 square control. Okay, king h8 and rook c1. Yeah, I like what black did with this knight a7, knight b5. So the knight protects the c7 pawn and always watching for white knight to move, so that knight d3 will be a...
Yeah, I thought bishop c6
c3,
was the way how you can do it, but then a6 pawn is hanging, so yeah.
Yeah. Bishop c6. Yeah, but it's like bishop c6 if only white moves, right? Then knight b5, of course, is cool, but maybe white just doesn't react, and you'll have to take like too tempted to take this, then to play knight b5, and maybe white will prepare something on the king side. So he actually done it in kind of more solid way. Just the question, what to do now? Is bishop g5 ever an idea? Just to go there and... Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Strangely, I start to like black's chances. Maybe not the position yet, but potentially, like if white does not invent some sort of a plan immediately. Yeah, rook d7 is nice. So in some cases you'll have this, and you guard the pawn, extra kind of additional time. You'll have bishop g5, and then if some tactic happens, your rook will not be hanging. After all, you have queen d8 after the rook d7. Yeah, so that's cool. And white really need to do something about the king side, because yeah, what else do you do? Like d5 is not very... It's not realistic to break through, I think, with d5. So yeah, maybe it still should be around equal, but if you pick the side, you probably pick black with, with 2 bishops specifically. The bishop on b7 is very strong.
On 3, let's take a look as white is playing.
What is this? Kacharava at his best once again. Finds some tactics that nobody seen. Simply exchanges and goes bishop g5. That's a clever trick. I didn't realize it was possible, but yeah, bishop takes, there is bishop f5, and he's going to take the rook. So now,
Rook for 3.
now the only question is bishop e3 a thing? I will just input it and we can check because I'm unable to calculate. It's too hard for me. So bishop e3. Now this is fine for black, I hope. You can castle. Maybe it's still better for white. I don't know.
Yeah,
there is
I
also a
guess
side
it's
line
good.
that you can give check, king a1, and then take. So instead of doubling the rooks on the d file, white will have to take the bishop with the king. Yeah, and then you can even consider taking on c2, or just this should be acceptable after bishop g5. So yeah, bishop takes, bishop f5, bishop e3. But if sides start capturing stuff, bishop f2. Not even sure. Yeah, you absolutely have to take the rook, right? Bishop g1 and rook d5, but this is equal, no? The pawn gives me some, yesterday's game vibes.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what I
Well, like
thought.
you take and then some opposite colors. It's already opposite colors. Just that, and you know what? I was really hoping for black to play king e7 and so on, but king e7, rook d7, I'm actually forced back to the 8th rank, to e8. So it's not that simple at maybe rook h6 is the thing. Yeah, feeling is that black should not lose if he plays correct. Still, it's white who has the initiative. Why I'm on this line? Because otherwise, if black doesn't have this, if black cannot amplify that, what do you even do? Bishop f5 is still a threat. And you don't simplify, you either get checkmated or lose material. I don't think black king will survive in the center. You may say, okay, I go queen c6, and after this I take with the king, right? But the king will not survive in the center. It's too much. Some bishop f5 and so on. So, saying this pawn, sometimes it's good, but here it's more of a liability. So the queen on f2 is actually nice, right? All right, so I'm a little bit worried about black's position if he will not find all that at bishop e3. But even then, yes, praise to Kacharava for finding this resource, that bishop g5.
Amazing.
That's actually cool stuff.
We do have here the guest coming at the studio for the interview, and our guest is the one player for the girls section. So we'll take a very short technical break, and we'll be back with the guest.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have a first guest from Ukraine, Lisa Grebenshikova, right? Won a very nice game against, I want to say, a higher rated opponent. I don't know if to consider the favorite. I mean, in your tournament, it seems something special because you girls have a relationship from playing under 10, maybe under 8. We found out that some players they played maybe 10 years ago. So sometimes it would be that you consider yourself a favorite even though your opponent has higher rated. But anyway, it looks like a very nice, easy game. And what do you want to do? Let's check the game first and then maybe talk a little bit how it goes for you. Huh? Is it okay? Yeah? So we will start with the game and you tell me where we have to stop. Right, so far so good. You probably prepared this c5, right?
Yes.
And here, what happens? 2 moves. Take immediately or check. So she the check. Was it something like surprising for you in this game? In a good way or a bad way? So knight f6. I presume queen b7 is not very good.
It's not.
So you played knight c6, and what was the feeling already? Like you felt, okay, now I'm winning, or it will be a shame if I will lose. Is it my good position? What was the feeling?
I thought maybe the position would be I could lose the game so quickly. Or I win so quickly, I don't know.
So you realized it will be a quick game, right? So
yes.
Not clear.
Yes.
Bishop f4, bishop d4, rook to d1. And yes, I understand, like when you're playing, you don't really know, because we were looking at this game closely, and we have this silly analysis bar, it's called evaluation bar, and it was dropping until it went all black, so we knew that you were winning. But during the game, it's hard to believe, right? I mean, like, okay, she plays this move and it's probably winning, but maybe she means something, right? That's how it goes. So castles, a3 takes, and I think this was perhaps the last moment. So here, black is already winning. By the way, I was keeping an eye on your other games, and it seems like every game you play, it's something wild. you never have you never have like something like, okay, logical, we exchange pieces, even if say one side gets advantage, it has to be upside down, right? All the time, right? So very sharp, very active player. Knight to d5, bishop d2. Tell me where to stop, because it looks that you are just winning anyway. Bishop e6, c4, and this looks like a masterpiece. I almost regret that she didn't play queen b3, knight d4. There is no way. There is queen b2 you can play, yes, and then queen takes a3. So this would be a very nice end to this game. But anyway, so from here on there is no chance for white, right?
Yes.
That's so it's a nice looking game, but it's interesting. I think I have to tell, because you're too shy and you will not tell them, people at home who are watching. But I want to say that usually if I would win a game like this, I would be bragging. I would say I've sacrificed the queen and so on. And Lisa, while we were preparing to go on air, she said, okay, it wasn't such a good game. So very modest, but also very strong chess player. Guys, appreciate it, please. Knight a2, probably you had various ways. Yeah, knight a2 looks very convincing. And just trade the queens. Beautiful. Check, knight e5, and not much to be done. And she resigned right after bishop b3. Okay, so not much to discuss, even though it's a beautiful game, I have to say. And overall, what's the feeling? Why ups and downs? Why? Because it seems that like some parts of the games you play very strong, and then something goes wrong. So, do you have an explanation, or it's always been like this, like mess? No? But just tell us what's because it seems if you would be playing all the games like this, you'd be playing on board one. I can guarantee. I can guarantee. So something went wrong in the tournament. Are you satisfied till that point? How it goes?
Yes, I'm really happy that I won this game, but it was a really simple game, really. I don't know why she played with this, but other games was were not so simple for me because in the beginning sometimes I forget what I need to do, and
And that's it, right? Oh, okay. No, don't worry. I think like I'm putting too much pressure on you. We don't want this here. So, what I promised to ask you, yeah, as I said, I'm doing commentary for a long time, but that's my first time for World Juniors, for youth tournaments. So I do not know much about you guys, right? And I believe that's my duty to ask, is it your first juniors tournament? And like, is there any like previous experience? Are you planning to play next juniors and so on? Yeah, so something like that. Do you have many achievements under, like in youth, under 12, under 14, and so on? Just tell us all about yourself.
okay. In 20, I took fourth place in World Chess Championship in Greece under 14. Yes.
So
and
almost a medal, but just one. Like,
yeah. And in 2019, I took third place in fourth. And maybe so.
That's all, but that's
Yes.
nothing to be ashamed of, because you already have infinitely more medals than I have in world, European. So that's already quite a good start. And this is first juniors, right?
Yes.
That's first juniors, first under 20, but not the last.
Yes.
I know it's a little bit awkward when we are talking about age, but technically you are allowed to play the next one, right?
Yes.
Okay, that much is enough for me. So still the tournament is not over, so I will not ask, are you satisfied with the result and so on, but so far, how is it going? I mean, today was a good day, but or maybe if we look back at the games you had in this tournament, was there something that, let's say, you were supposed to win but you didn't, or other way around, like you had a bad position, you won? So if we think of all this, is it fair how many points you have? You understand what I'm talking, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's always the feeling like, okay, probably I scored too much, or probably I scored too little, right? I mean, always, more common is the second one.
Maybe I scored too little because in maybe fourth round I lost the equal position, really just equal position, and it was so awful.
And then but then you came back to those
yes.
top boards. Anyway, so you beat the player whom I heard a lot of. She won European with like some crazy result. That's what Keti told me, like 9 out of 9 or something like that. So that's that's a huge victory today. All right. So hopefully everything works for you. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks for popping in, and we'll continue as soon as Keti comes back. So please, one more time, thank you very much, and good luck. Good luck.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we are right now in the middle of the round 10, one of the last rounds at the competition. And just tomorrow, we're gonna know the winner of this year World Junior Chess Championship.
Yeah, that's I think might be even sooner, because in the girls section, it's very likely that we will know the winner. At least it looks like, if we check top two boards, where the leader and the second place are playing. They are not playing each other, they've already played, right? And on board two, our girl Salimova is absolutely lost against Serikbai, while Beydulayeva is winning. If Beydulayeva wins and Salimova doesn't, to lose, she just needs not to win, Beydulayeva is already a champion. Okay, so while we had an interview and then a break, a lot of stuff has happened on board two. So Salimova went to take on h5, and rook c1 perhaps was just a huge mistake. She has blundered queen c4. So rook c1 does not protect the c4. This is something that was kind of easy to miss, right? Because you can't take the rook, you are getting checkmated on the first rank. So rook c1 was really like a painful mistake. Rook a1 even, to protect the a2 pawn perhaps.
No.
Yes, bishop to c5. I'm actually guessing that rook c2, bishop goes, you would be able to take on a2. Maybe bishop d4. Okay, anyway, black is completely winning now. It's an extra pawn, better pieces, because white has his pieces all over the place. Rook on h5, yeah. Rook g5, knight g6, h4, rook here, takes the second pawn. Just, you know, game over. Game over, it seems. So two extra pawns, and just not to lose on g7, but this should be possible to protect.
Yeah, Salimova risked in this game to sacrifice the first pawn and the second pawn on c4. We mentioned that it will be very weak after all, and yeah, clearly to me this rook c1 is a blunder, but what exactly she could play not to lose the pawn?
I don't know, knight e5 maybe, kind of bringing more pieces. And still white's, you know, white's attack looks kind of speculative. So it's not like white is getting somewhere. Probably black still has ways to, you know, to protect the king, like bishop f6 maybe, and yeah, I would not pick white in this situation.
Oh,
but
the
rook
first
c1 was
board has
clearly
done in the open section.
first board.
Yeah, on the video we can see that they have
first
done.
board in the open section. Yeah, we will
Yeah.
get to this. It looks like they've made a draw, but we'll
okay.
get to this. Yeah, let's finish here. So king h1, black to move. There should be, once again, if anything, you can also give away the g4 pawn, g7 pawn, like take on h4, bishop g7, just go somewhere. Okay, I mean, too many moves. Rook d5 wins. Pretty much anything wins. So Sarikbai looks like she's set to win this game, and Beydulayeva against Salaur. Well, black succeeded not to get, I have to say, but still white is completely winning, I believe. Now perhaps white will have to switch to winning the endgame, so somehow play queen e3, play queen f4, exchange it, and these pawns, they sooner or later should win the game for white. So Beydulayeva is set up to, you know, to win the title today, which is a great news for her. And let's go to open section.
That's yeah, the board has been ended as you see on the video, and let's see how this ended. It's actually like we have seen this moves, and it ended in a few minutes after that, few moves after that.
Queen g4, queen f3, queen d8, knight to e2. Ah, well, black just didn't find the way to continue. Simply went rook d5, and then after knight f4 went back, and knight e2, rook d5, knight f4. Where computer, for whatever reason, says that black is, white is actually better here. So white could have continued.
So white could play here knight to c5, chase the rook. Black has to the bishop. Rook takes on c5, and white could play this position. And the pawn on d4 is not hanging because white can take all the pieces of the board.
Knight g6 in the end.
And then knight g6 will
so
win the
bishop
piece.
takes, rook takes, and then knight g6, and white wins.
That's right. So there was this suggestion to continue to play. I'm sure Kozak Adam saw this knight c5, but for some reason he didn't went for this one.
But yeah, realistically, like black plays, say, knight c3 and knight d5, and we trade the knights. Maybe white's better, but you probably don't want to risk much. Anyway, a draw against closest rival is a good result, I'm guessing. So it's just a question how many players will be half a point behind Kozak. So Gadimbaili is half point behind. It was before this round. It carries on to the next round. So we have potentially the winner of the second board, Yesipenko against Sonis. If one of them wins, he will be half a point behind the leader, and also Kacharava and Mendonca.
Oh,
this
game. Is the position.
Yeah, Kacharava and Mendonca. Kacharava wins. I mean, he has the better position, so I guess he's the only one to kind of have chances there. So if Kacharava wins, he will be half a point behind Kozak.
Right. So this is a very interesting position. Let's try to see how we got in here.
It went all the way towards this end game, right? Rook d5, black played rook h6, protecting the a6 pawn on the 6th rank.
Yeah, I do like this move e6, because like now, if f takes e6, white can have this rook to d1 move,
rook d1,
chase the bishop, and when bishop goes away, now
maybe to don't even know where the bishop
matter,
goes.
I think.
Well, it kind of does, because here bishop a6, you lose the second pawn. You cannot play b4, right?
You can go maybe on h2.
Yeah, you can, but that's why I'm kind of indecisive. You can go to f2, you can go to h2. Let's say you go to h2, bishop takes, and you go b4.
Yeah, and this is the position that white considered to worthy to play. Well, actually, this
Yeah,
on
before
A4, for instance,
A4
yeah.
is very annoying. I'm wondering if it's better for black not to take on E6 if he can. Like you play A5, for instance. Is that possible? Because I really don't like, I mean, this other version where white has the A passed pawn really looks scary. So here, even if I lose the pawn somehow, I probably do, right? Takes, and I should take it and bishop b5, but at least there is no passed pawn just yet. It still will be a very long defense for black without, without guarantee of survival.
Yep, and less than 3 minutes on the clock, and this is the move.
Let's move 27, so there's still
13 more moves.
a lot of pressure on the clock as well. So Mendonca actually did play a move, and it was b4, so not a5, but b4. Also makes perfect sense. So now, so he makes an argument. If you take on f7, you are not winning the pawn on a6. If you will take on a6, I'll take your pawn on a6 with the rook. So maybe that's the kind of the most clever way of playing it. Probably has some tricks. And you can do this. Sort of the same idea, attack the bishop and take on a6, but that's far less convincing, because now black in this line kind of has an extra tempo, right? So white was playing a4, and now it's black to move, so black can take, and go king e7, and probably not lose this one. It's equal material. White is somewhat better, but not as comfortable as it used to be.
Well, white decided to capture the pawn on b4 after b4.
So a takes, c takes. But then again, I mean, you can win the pawn. Indeed, you can take here and go rook a5 and win the pawn. But
oh, sorry to interrupt you. I think
yeah,
another
sure. Tell
game
me.
has
One
ended.
more game is finished. It's Yesipenko, Francesco Sonis, and I think the only possible way it could finish was a draw, which is indeed the result. So black had little difficulties saving the game. Maybe he wasn't even that much better. Yeah, offered a draw to knight g2 e5. So white would take on a6, and that's dead equal. I mean, if you want, you can also trade the bishop, but you don't have to.
Well, for Yesipenko, this is sixth draw in the tournament in the 10 rounds. He has won 4 games and he had made 6 draws. So he was already annoyed by the draws at the round 5-6, and then after that he made even more draws.
Yeah, okay, so that means Yesipenko, Sonis, both 1 full point behind Kozak. So that's basically places them out of contention, out of competition for the first. So if Kacharava wins, and once again we will have the funny setup where everyone has played everybody on the top boards, and then they will be looking for opponents like on
you and
lower
me.
boards. Yeah, nah, okay. I mean, we are not allowed.
We wish, but we're not.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm switching to board 6. Petko, Ivic, these guys have less points. I'm just curious. I mean, just look at the position. Can you believe that this is actually a chess game and not somebody left pieces randomly on the board? I mean, usually you're at least able to tell who is to move in the position. Here, I'm not so much. Like this, for instance, bishop g2. Wow. What is even going on here? So bishop f, bishop to h3, white takes this guy, and white takes this guy. Then black takes on f1, and black is actually fine. Whoa. So that's, yeah, and look at Evgeny's clock. It's once again, it's like 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left now. I mean, but what's going on? And if I take g2, then black does, it's absolutely crazy. If I take g2 with the king, then black what, trades the queens and then takes the rook. Whoa, that's a crazy tactic.
So crazy.
I mean, it's so
Everything is
complicated.
hanging, really.
So complicated, yeah.
And this is the position where white was completely winning.
Yeah, it looked so. Like somewhere here, like white was very close to kind of delivering checkmate. f5 from black, this should have lost. c2, f6, whoa. Bishop f6, queen e6, king g7, and probably white just missed some. Yeah, this queen h3, it's not terrible, but apparently white had something better.
I'm thinking about bishop b2.
Bishop b2 feels great, but on the other hand, I mean, do you want to drop this rook? It's crazy. I mean, even something like that, or wait a second, maybe you take with the queen and you're threatening checkmate. Oh, crazy. No, I mean, I'm not suggesting any moves in this game. Let's just watch. Let's just watch. So bishop g2, queen g2. C takes d1, queen. Bishop takes f4. White actually is no longer winning.
Yeah,
Believe it or not.
look at this. And actually, this is move 31 that white made. So they have to make 9 and 10 more moves before the increment.
But wait a second. How is white not winning? Queen a8, check, and there is rook d8. Right? And when you... no. Rook d8, I just take and...
No. Give a check, yeah?
After this check, I have queen g8.
Bishop to
Bishop to d4, king goes. This is, yeah, this is at least a perpetual, right? Probably at most it's also a perpetual, but yeah, looks like a draw. No, come on, it's crazy. Queen a8 is already on the board. And if I go bishop d8, then white is winning. Don't ask me how, but somehow he's winning. Knight e5 maybe. So protect g6, attack the queen, protect g4, and after this check you block with the queen and you threaten rook f8. Whoa. This will be finished anytime soon after queen a8 because black simply has to make a move. He is running out of time. Please tell me he will not lose on time. Can we have a camera on this one? Because that's absolutely crazy game. Like Evgeny, after he was doing what he was doing yesterday, he did play. D8. He did play bishop d8. He blundered knight e5. I guess, right?
Well, actually, 95 is something that you have to find. And he was found. 95 is on the board.
Knight e5 is played. Yeah, so rook d8 would lead to a draw, but now after knight e5,
he had no time to calculate all these checks and everything. Bishop d8 seems to be the move to be played. And knight e5.
Knight e5 comes as the shock, so you can give a check. Wait, how bad is it? Queen g2, you'll have to trade, and you're kind of alive. Bishop e7, no, not really, right? Bishop e7, rook f7, and this threat as well. Yeah, if you move the bishop, it's... maybe this keeps you alive. No, it's very unlikely. I mean, all white pieces attacking the king. When he's down to like literally seconds, and there is no other move possible because this is queen hanging with a check, and also there is a threat of checkmate in one. So. You don't really have any alternative. You have to play queen g3. And in fact, I'm looking at the camera, it is played already. Queen g3, queen g2. The queens are traded. Now, bishop e7 is the only move, right? I mean, otherwise you cannot stop the checkmate. Bishop e7, and I'm guessing rook f7 move, but the something. Yeah, rook f7 is good. Well, actually, just thinking, can it be that brute force wins? g7, rook d8, knight g6. Ah, no, but this is nonsense. No, never mind. Rook f7 is much stronger. Black still thinking. Surprised because bishop e7 is the only move. Yeah, played. We still have Kacharava's game, but that was like they will probably at least get to the control, right? They will get to the time.
They are a bit far, but the position is less tense than this one.
So I mean, Kacharava's game, they will make some moves, let's say, and still get to the increment. Here, any move costs you the game, as we already figured out. White was winning, then he made a mistake and was no longer winning after rook d8, but bishop d8 once again turns the game upside down. Rook f7, and you really don't have a move. So I guess, yeah, if is running away, you have many other moves, but I think rook g7 just wins, right? King f8, rook d7, and you win the rook. So in order not to resign, you will have to do this. Then
The girls section.
Yeah, let's see. Board one. Yeah, let's go to girls section because that's it's a lot of stuff going on. Wait a second. Queen 3 and the game.
Draw?
Yes, because Abdullah, I mean, I don't know what happened, but she agreed. Yeah, it feels like something's going on there. We need 3, king h7, and she bishop d3 and h3. So she kind of lost the thread a bit, and
it's draw.
Zala was very tricky to offer a draw in this. And White accepted it, which is shocking, I agree, which is absolutely shocking, because you could still, okay, I understand probably you don't see how to win immediately. What's the risk for White? Yeah, there is no risk whatsoever. You're a pawn up still, so I mean, for lack of a better move,
you just go... be very solid, and she really counts the second board where Salimova is losing the game. Maybe she made a very practical and very smart decision.
But wait a second, if Salimova loses, right, she will have 1 point, but she's not a champion. Or is she? Let's point. At least Serik Bai will be 1 point behind, and possibly the third board will be 1 point behind. So she will need a draw in the last round. That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
I mean, she could have it today, but she will need to draw in the last round. Wow. Is losing because now after knight e2, knight g3 is a threat. Black is 3 pawns up, but yeah, mainly knight g3 is a threat of a checkmate. So your only way out is king g2, and then knight c3 wins more material. It's game over. Game over after knight e2. All right.
What a turn of the events here in
the like everything moves so quickly. Everything moves so again with some fireworks. Takes on e5, but that's I believe the last move before resignation, right? Because you just take it.
Yeah,
Takes,
and that's still
check and king
checkmate.
h7.
threat remains on the board.
Yeah, knight g still impossible to stop. After this, you go knight 4, I guess. Just win one more piece. Yeah, games finishing one after the other. Here, yeah, here Serikbai is winning on board 3. I forget what's. I've forgotten what happens on board 3. Ah, extra queen. This thing, extra queen. So the queen was taken, and we missed a lot of action. Now it's moved 36. So still possibilities for both sides to go wrong. Actually, computer was saying it's equal. Not anymore after bishop d4. Generally, I want to say that if white kind of lets black protect everything, it's much easier to play with more pieces. I mean, you're very solid, you have more pieces. So you just slowly move everything protected. So I'm surprised if black actually wins it in the long run. So yeah, stuff happens. Well, results, we have results on like lower boards. So it's board 2 and 3 in the women's section.
And meanwhile,
girls section, yes.
has
Salimova
been
resigns.
ended. On the screen, we have this very difficult stop the clock, sign the score sheet, and just face the lose of the game and the title. So there is no way Salimova can get this title, and it was her last chance this year.
Yeah. But what to do? She was trying her best, and it didn't work for her. It's, you know, a lot of people playing, and it's only one winner. That's the cruelty of a chess tournament.
Yeah, but to be honest, Salimova is most known player in the girls section, and she has already achieved so much. This is not the biggest strategy, I think.
Okay, so here, yeah, that's over, right? But has won. Yeah. In the open section, out of all those in the leading group, the only game which is going is Kacharava against Mendonca. And they've also made quite a few moves. 35. So we can actually follow this one till the end of a time trouble. Because, yeah, black for the, I don't know how many times did he offer it. So yet another time he offers the trade of the rooks. So now rook d5. Not rook g5, but rook d5. Interestingly, still equal number of pawns before being weak, though. And it's not clear how black. I mean, what to do with black? That's a big question, because I mean you can, and he's also in a terrible time trouble, Mendonca. Look, I mean, on seconds. Yeah. He went rook d. But is rook d6 good enough? Rook d6. If he played this, I think you can try to take and go king g5. No. Sorry, king b4, threatening king a5. Black, sorry, black just had bishop b6.
Bishop d3 here?
A5, king b5. You mean it's... okay, we will see this, by the way, because Kacharava did trade. He captured, he went king b4.
Actually, I want to make a here instead of rook h6 before. White could also trade the rooks.
Where?
Rook h5, rook h6. And this looks very tempting in general to have double pawns on for the opponent, but can we make it? And when king takes on b6, now black's king is very close to a6 pawn, and king b6 saves the game. So this is the nuance why Kacharava played rook d5 and trade the pawns on d6 instead of on h6.
Yeah.
So is just too far.
So now the question is, does black save the game? Because he might still be able to, but that's not trivial. You probably lose the A pawn, right? Okay, he went bishop b6. Now, as you said, bishop d3 and a5, king b5, bishop d8. Let's say say plays b3, plays c4, c5.
Interesting.
You need the king on b8, and then you probably don't care. But can you make it? That's the problem. Maybe you cannot get the king on b8 because you are in a Zugzwang, right? Bishop e4, and you cannot go to b8. Because let's say if white starts pushing the pawns, then I think black is just on time. I mean, you go here, and that is your setup. Bishop on d8, king on b8, and then you always have a square like here, like bishop d8, c7, d8, c7, so this is impossible to break through. So bishop b6. Kacharava has played something.
Move, what I can see so far.
Has played something. Let's see what his move was.
I think bishop b7.
Bishop b7, yeah, maybe even more precise. Black has to play a5 anyway. King b5, bishop d8. And then you have to move the bishop away. I think this game actually does reach... okay, here we are. Yeah, a5, king b5, so white made move 40. And black has a choice to go to c7 or to move the bishop. No, you cannot go to c7 because then this happens, right? And you are in the Zugzwang and you'll lose the a5 pawn, so you absolutely have to go to d8. But there is no guarantee you are holding. And yeah, bishop d8 is played. We are somewhat late to receive the move, but bishop d8 is just played. We can see it from a camera view. Right.
Bishop c7.
No, bishop c7. Well, yeah, bishop to c7. I mean, not the king move, but the bishop move, okay. So bishop c7. Now Compi actually says it's a draw. Might be right. Yeah, how do you win this? There is no way. Absolutely. Right. So black just, let's say plays this and holds it like, there. And from there on, you don't have a way to make progress, right? King a6, king d8, let's say, and the king has to support the c pawn and at the same time attack the a5 pawn, which is impossible. So when you are here, the bishop is free to go on this diagonal, right? When you are on a6, the bishop is not hanging, so the king can move. So there is no Zugzwang, and it is a draw, which will make it 3 draws on top 3 boards, and then Zhu, who could potentially benefit from draws on the top board, she lost. So in terms of like changing the position in a cross table, nothing happened to the leading group. Like all draws, and then Zhu lost, so Nesterov coming closer, but he's far enough, kind of.
For the first one?
Yeah, first place. Still, Kozak is a huge favorite. But for the girls section, I'm so surprised, really. Like this when she agreed to draw with live, I don't know, like probably got or something. It was still, she was the one to have more time, just more time. And can't really explain what happened.
Like queen e2, perhaps here.
Yeah, queen e2 possible. I mean, any move. Just play a move. Don't really agree a draw. Just play a move. Yeah.
Slowly, like I don't know, king h1, get rook somewhere nice. Oh. In fact, after queen e2, you can always look for h5 pawn, you know, like as to control e5. Look at this!
Actually, it's a bad move, apparently.
Bishop c4.
And?
Takes and rook e4.
Wait a second. No.
Rook is not hanging.
Maybe a check, and then takes, and rook e4. Okay. But then we can see how reliable this thing is, right? So, okay then. How does white win? We were... everybody that white is completely winning.
Rook f5, I guess.
Rook f5, take the rook, no?
And queen g5.
Queen g5. And there is no... And white is winning. No, I mean, we should just switch off this stupid evaluation bar, because it's...
It's fine, it's okay.
But what's okay? I mean, we make a move.
Black
is winning, and then on the next move it says white's winning.
So what? We're analyzing it, and we can see that it's not winning. It's just the bar that everyone likes to see. So rook f5 is the move here.
Rook f5 is the move, but again, I mean, do we expect people to find rook f5? Probably not, yeah. And if, let's say, black takes on c4, then white wins. With the same trick, maybe. Check and queen g5. But this is hard. Okay, this is hard. And you're threatening...
to be honest, if she was not offered a draw, maybe she could go for it. But she was offered a draw, and that's when a lot of questions start.
Queen c3 was tricky, so she got a... Yeah, I got a draw after queen c3.
I had very similar. I'll tell you one situation at World Championship under 16 last round. I was winning. I had extra rook, but my king was exposed. It was like crazy position, but I was winning. I knew I was winning, and my opponent offered me a draw. Last round, and I know if I take the draw, I'm a champion. I'm a world champion, just winning one tournament. I'm a world champion, so I have to make decision to play the game which I'm winning or to take a title. And there was such a big conflict inside of myself. I could not make a decision that fast. So I think if she was not offered a draw at that point, she was perfectly capable to find rook f5, because we have seen her games and we know she's very strong. But as her opponent, Sala, was very tricky, she offered this draw. There was a good timing, as you mentioned there.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different with your situation, because you already take the title, right? You don't care, basically. You get what you are playing the tournament for. In her situation, exactly why I'm kind of, in disbelief she did not continue, because she could win the title today, and since she made the draw, then she has to play tomorrow, right? So that's different, I guess.
Yeah, but if there is any other move than rook f5, is there any other move? Rook f5 is
you mean like
difficult.
rook f5 wins and everything else loses? No, I
Yeah.
don't think so. Don't think so. Like, I mean, I play queen f3. Who is better anyway? Still, black is actually doing fine now, right? I mean, you take, and those pawns are not going anywhere. Yeah, it's actually tricky. It's easy to.
I think.
It's actually easy to kind of get shocked. And rook c1. Wait a second. Rook c1, rook e4. Can you believe
You
it?
also dropped the
f6. Yeah, but I was hoping that I'll play this then, and. But white's, like this, white is still better, perhaps. No, I'm actually more worried about this stupid rook e4 tactic. No? There is some refutation, which I don't see. Ah, maybe this is the refutation. You just take, you go to h2. No. Confusing. What could be the refutation? Ah, wait a second. For some reason, I thought this is a check.
Ah, okay.
So stupid. No, bishop g6. Never mind. Never mind. It's good that white accepted the draw.
Yes. The more we look at the
It's
moves,
confusing. Yeah, it's confusing.
she's smart. She's very smart.
Okay, so anyway, what's in progress? In girls section, both three, Hajieva and Yarotska. So no longer anyone's winning. It's got to be a draw objectively, but can last for pretty much forever. One of those very dangerous positions for the commentators, because yeah, you can play many moves,
Yeah.
not changing the character of the position much. So that's board
right.
3, and then there is also board 6, where a lot of stuff was happening, and that's how it looks after the time trouble. Black perhaps slowly gets to this c pawn, I suspect. Ah, wait a second, I've completely forgotten about board 4, sorry. Board 4, Kamaliden, she's winning now. Believe it, it's the same game where Black King was kind of checked.
Which
Yes.
game was it? Ah, okay. Oh, wow. This position.
This position, and also this position.
Wow.
This is how it looks now. So white kind of completely misplayed it. So EF5, H5. I mean anything. Just much better pieces. Interestingly, knights are better than bishops, and also 2 extra pawns for black. I believe this is a glitch with the time situation. Wait a second. It says, yeah, it's move 42, so that's something with this time situation. It will change as soon as black plays the move, I guess. So these are in progress in the girls section. In the open, the only kind of game that really matters for the winners is this opposite colored bishop's ending. But we could look for like some interesting games on lower boards. So we'll just click through and maybe we'll find something exciting. So this is white is winning, and sim. And on board 9, Budisavljevic Luka, I think he somehow loses this one. Just a pawn down. Here, rook endgame, quite drawish. Murzin, once again, yeah, slightly better, but not what you call exciting. Okay, some people still have like sharp middle game on the board. Let me see, yeah, a lot of... Okay, don't even know. Yeah, quite progress still.
All right. There is to take after the increment, and we'll back either with the interviews or with more updated version of these games.
Yeah, I think that'd be
don't
fair
have yet
because
moves.
people got their increment and it's very low after the time trouble. One side spent 15 minutes trying to think what has happened, and it's basically will be, you know, like up to half an hour, only a couple of moves being made. So we'll take this possibility for a, you know, have a little pause. Maybe we'll catch someone interview, and we'll be back shortly.
We are here with FIDE master Alparslan. We are here with FIDE master Alparslan Isik from Turkey, who's doing surprisingly good in the World Junior Chess Championship in Sardinia. How are you feeling about this tournament so far?
Yeah, my tournament was going really good. I'm so happy with that. Actually, I got my first GM norm after this round. I'm so happy.
Okay, so far you didn't lose any game. You bring surprisingly good, astonishing results with much better players. Your first GM norm, as you said, congratulations on that. Do you feel stressed about how you're doing surprisingly good on the tournament, or you just feel relaxed about how good you are right now?
Yeah, generally I'm relaxed, but before this round I'm very stressful. But I keep the position somehow in this game.
Okay, how are you doing beyond chess? Are you studying or working, or how's your private life?
Yeah, I'm in the free time. Generally study myself.
Okay, do you have some support of such a chess trainer or manager?
Yeah, actually not. I'm just study myself.
Okay, so your results are much bigger, impressive for me right now. Congratulations and keep good going.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy, and we are having very last part of the round 10. This is just a round before the last round, so let's see what update information we have.
Right, in the open section, the leading group, like top 6 boards, have finished. One last game that we were looking at, Kacharava and Mendonca, they actually made a draw. So Kacharava tested his opponent just for a few moves, realized that Black found the defensive setup and decided that he is not breaking through. Right. So, in fact, if we check one more time carefully, it turns out that round 10 for the open section had no impact whatsoever for the players, for the chances of the players. So after this round, we still have Kozak leading by half a point behind, and he's the only one. And then all the rest, like Yesipenko, Sonis, Kacharava, Mendonca, all these guys are 1 point behind. And I think they are joined by Nesterov, possibly Petkov, but these are already, we are talking like full point behind the leader.
Neon, and there can be also other players, so we still have here a couple more games left in this part of the tournament.
Yeah, okay, I mean, we could check like board 7, Muradli completely winning, for example. So he might be, once again, joining this big group, 1 point behind Adam Kozak. So that's one. Then I guess maybe one more. Stoyanov, Tsvetan Stoyanov, opponent of Luka Bodislavovich. Probably, yeah, Black should convert this. And that's pretty much it. For the girls section, once again, the very important game on board 3, the one with Queen against Rook and Bishop. Ladies decided that, yeah, they don't need to play it till the very end, which is probably fair. White will not make progress whatsoever, simply because Black has a fortress. And for Black to make a progress, also not really realistic. Therefore, a draw was agreed here, which gives us such situation. Beidulayeva leads with 1 full point in front of Serik Bay. I think this is it.
That's right. So Beidulayeva has 8.5, and Serik Bay managed to win on the second board, so she has 7.5. Last 1 point behind, and there's a lot of questions in the chat, and it's always the question, what is the tie breaks? And nowadays it is quite common to have the match
playoff, yes. Playoff,
but we are not having that. It was already enough to have 11 rounds, so they decided not to.
And how about Kamalidenova? I keep forgetting how many points did she have. So because we have a game on board 4, that's the position, so Kamalidenova with the black pieces completely winning, I believe, right? So these 2 knights should help the pawns to promote. And the only question is, how much will she have after today's win? So
if she converts this point, she's going to have 7 points.
So 7. Still cannot catch up Beidulayeva. So it's basically Beidulayeva not losing means a champion immediately. If she loses, the only chance for a tie is for a Serik Bay. That's it. All the rest are out of competition for the gold. Okay.
But the most interesting for the pairings of the last round in the both sections.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like,
on the very top we had more or less the same leaders throughout the tournament. So that means you know, they by that point probably all played each other more or less. And then it will be a very, very tough pairing for the last round.
That is right. So this is the only board now on the top 5 boards. The rest of the games has been resumed rather fast than the other days. I think players are reserving their energy for the last game.
Yeah, we'll see. So here, I mean, just to figure out, is there any chance for white? So black's last move being f3, and how will we win with black? I mean, let's say white does something, white plays bishop c7. So we could probably win a piece in many ways. I'm thinking even f2 and then move this knight to d2. Perhaps black just can't stop it. Sorry, white can't stop it. Because you need this bishop to control f1, so you cannot attack the e4 knight, right? You can try to run with the king, but you're not on time. It's a check, king d1, knight g3, and the knight prevents the king from stopping the pawn, right? So next move f1, and black will be a piece up. Okay, we shall see.
You have a move. The pawn is
Yeah, I think
on
we
f2.
do have a move. The pawn is on f2. That means white has played
Bishop
something.
g2.
No. No, wait. Now it's white to move, right? You can't really play bishop g2 here. And there is also black pawn on g4. So white played bishop b6, I'm guessing. White played bishop g... no, come on, it's impossible to guess all this stuff. It's clear that black is slowly but surely winning, but I guess one more time we do have, you know, kind of a delayed transmission. Maybe a3 is what happened. Seeing final moves on the camera view. Maybe let's try on, you know, kind of
bigger
zoomed in,
video.
and maybe we will be able to figure out what's going on. Because it's clear that the PGN broadcast got interrupted for whatever reason. Anything else?
Oh, we
yeah.
have a handshake. We don't even
so
had time to make it bigger screen.
So Kamalidanova wins, and that means that she's still in a fight for third, right? Or possibly even for the second, but is in no contention of the first place. Beidulaeva, yeah, she's slowly but surely getting the title unless something goes terribly wrong tomorrow. And yeah, just a reminder that there was this lost the game but ended up winning the game.
I can imagine that the things could go other way. Now we could have a different picture.
Yeah. So perhaps with this result, so one more, let me check. The boys, yeah, like everything finished. There is this game on board 7 that goes on, but there is absolutely like doubt that white is going to win. It's it's 2 extra pawns. The third pawn is about to fall. King is absolutely safe. So, I mean, it will take some time. This opposite-colored bishop, even with the rooks on the board, it's, you know, it's not won in 3 moves. But good white is that black has 0 counterplay. And I'm just thinking about this rook getting on b5. Like, how do you even get it in play? Like b8, but you don't have rook h8. The bishop is controlling. It's a almost empty board, but the rook is...
Rook has just limited squares. All right, as most of the games has been done on the top boards, we are going to call, and one very important thing, let's remind our viewers that tomorrow the round will not start early. As usually it happens to the tournaments in the last round.
Yeah, so it's a usual start of the round.
Yeah, we're gonna start at 3:30 Central European time, so that's the time when we're going to meet each other again. So we are inviting you for the last round. As you can see, things are changing every moment, and yeah, pretty much I think you have to learn to know who will be the champions of the tournament and also winners.
Yeah. The medals also matter, and even if it's somewhat clear for the girls' tournament who will win one of the 2, right? But it's absolutely unclear who takes second, who takes third, and everything is open in the open. So make sure to join us tomorrow 8 p.m. Central European time, and bye-bye till then.
Bye.